Good evening and welcome to the special City Council meeting of June the 9th, 2025. It's now 5:30. Madam Clerk, may I please have the roll call?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Burnell. Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker?
Present.
Councilmember Freitas?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Here.
Mayor Burnell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, tonight's City Council meeting is to discuss the general fund budget development for fiscal year 2025 through 2027. If I could please have our city manager, Bessie Scott, open us up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, the City Council is being asked to provide feedback and direction on the general fund budget models presented and the chart by department of all general fund contracts expenditures planned. I want to extend my sincere thanks to our directors and staff team members across the departments, each and every one of you, for the way you've handled the recent budget challenges. Your professionalism, resourcefulness, and commitments to our goals has made a significant difference during this difficult period. Navigating financial constraints is never easy, but you all have approached the situation with hard questions. I'm looking at this group here. Suggestions, curiosity, and a collaborative spirit. The staff's ability to find solutions, make tough decisions, and stay focused on what matters most is something I deeply appreciate. I've had the pleasure of having very hard conversations with almost every bargaining unit. And my goodness, y'all are tough. You ask good questions and you face these hard discussions head on. Thank you again for your hard work and your resilience. It doesn't go unnoticed and it makes all the difference. Going forward, the general fund is facing a severe long-term structural deficit. City Council will need to make tough spending cuts in order to balance the budget without utilizing reserves and budget stabilization funds as a strategy, as this methodology can only be used short-term while the city determines how to best set itself up for success and fiscal sustainability into the future. As the draft budget stands today, fiscal year 26 has a $14,691,719 spending deficit, and fiscal year 27 has a $15,891,468 spending deficit. This City Council is being asked to make policy decisions tonight, which will have long-term and lasting implications for the city in terms of how municipal service delivery is carried out on behalf of the community by every department and all city employees. Leaders within the city of Antioch recognize that we have a fiduciary duty to the public trust, and we take this duty very seriously. As public administrators, we took an oath to implement and carry out sustainable policy implementation, as well as budget oversight. The City Council, myself, and the Finance Director took a different and unprecedented approach to its most recent biennial budget by holding director-led department budget presentations during a series of special meetings from January through today. A special budget meeting was recently held on May 20th for City Council to consider 5 budget models and to provide input and direction on final budget proposals for council deliberation. During this meeting, City Council agreed to adopt a 1-year budget in June that will revise fiscal year 2025 and adopt fiscal year 2026. The budget will continue to be a work in progress throughout fiscal 2026 as we explore long-term alternatives to revenues, programs, and services to correct the structural deficit. With the adjustments made as a result of the last meeting on May 20th, the general fund budget is still an unsustainable model beyond next fiscal year, as it cannot continue to support the existing level of full staffing and services with our current revenue base. More cuts need to be made. We are asking that this council also review Attachment C, which we've given to you separately and blown up, which is general fund supported costs, such as contracts, consultants, and programs, and direct staff on what additional cuts you would like to make. 2, we ask for a decision on how this council would like to balance the budget using either reserves or the budget stabilization fund or a combination of both. 2, Finance Director Merchant and myself suggest keeping the city's reserves at 25% in order to ensure that there will be sufficient reserves on hand after this biennium. due to the severity of the budget and the uncertainty in the national economy as well. I'm going to turn it over to our finance director to go through the numbers, and then we can discuss the charts, attachment C. Thanks so much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this is a continuation from our previous budget study sessions. We've incorporated feedback received on the numerous sessions that are outlined in the staff report, and as late as May 28th when we did review the CIP budget and incorporating those. As you can see from the general fund expenditure adjustments on page 3 of the staff report, we list the prior adjustments made on the May 20th meeting, adjustments from May 22nd, the special meeting the City Council held regarding a home key application, and then from May 28th, which was the CIP budget review, as well as a city manager budget review. As a result of all those meetings, we've made total budget adjustments from what was first presented in the March study sessions moving forward of approximately $1.8 million in fiscal year 25, which this doesn't affect the deficit, what shows as your revenues and expenditures in 26 and 27, but it does bump up the reserves. And the reason it doesn't affect the deficits in 26, 27 is because it doesn't show as a revenue, a transfer in, or a reduction of expenditures in 26. So it's just bumping up the reserves that are available in 25 that roll into the 26 year and into 27. And then there's been a total of $10.3 million in adjustments in fiscal year 26. And then in fiscal year 27, a total of $11.67 million in adjustments. And as we've stated, we are only adopting a one-year budget at this time. So fiscal year 27, of course, those numbers are going to change as we move throughout the year. So we really need to focus on fiscal year 26 this evening, moving forward, what we're going to adopt. As you can see, we had additionally, with our initial, I want to say, budget scrubbing that departments did, from the Model 1, and those are listed in Attachment A, we reduced the budget by $10,429,889. From the 20th and 28th, we froze some additional positions from what was included. We had public works adjustments and public safety and community resource adjustments for staffing, as well as adjusting the model for the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team. We did not discontinue, we just adjusted the service model to reduce the hours and how the service delivery happened, so we were able to utilize ARPA funds for fiscal year 26 entirely and not have any of that go to the general fund. And then City Council also did authorize adding a grant writer position on the 20th. And then there is an adjustment in here for home key. The amount is $1,950,000 in 2026. This number could change slightly, but how that number was come up with is the $750,000 outlay for the motel, and then $1.2 million in additional subsidy the general fund would be required to commit. Now this assumes a whole year of operation, and of course we have not even been approved for the grant funding yet, so the number most likely would be a little bit less, but we were just showing the initial outlay of the $1.9 million in fiscal year 26. And then you can see in fiscal year 27 it's 1.2 because it doesn't include the purchase of the facility. So a total additional budget adjustments are actually a net increase of $76,495 in fiscal year 26, with the addition of the home key netted with the other adjustments made. So attachment B it refers to the full list of reductions that make up the $10.4 million and the $11.2. That's at the very top row. That's been provided at numerous budget meetings before. But should the City Council desire to reinstate the frozen positions, this was one of the items Councilmember Torres Walker did ask for, is if everything was fully staffed, what would that look like for those costs? So on page 7, there's a table, general fund budget, fully funded staffing, where you can see we're adding back in all those numbers. So we're adding back the phased-in hiring of the police department, adding back in the frozen community engagement coordinator, business license representative, accounting specialist, engineers, and admin analyst. That adds back in $5.2 million to the expenditures. So the expenditures, instead of being $109,639,000, would go up to $114,871,829, and that increases the deficit to almost $20 million if those positions were added back in and they were fully funded. So on page 4 of the staff report, there's a chart of the general fund staffing in fiscal year, overall in fiscal year 25, there's 423 positions. This breaks down just the general fund side of things. So for fiscal year 25, it's 272.025 positions allocated to the general fund. That number is increasing to 271.675 in the general fund. You can see where we've added positions. The deputy city attorney, for example, that's added as a result of the DOJ agreement. The grant writer and the senior economic development program manager, council requested those be added on May 20th. And then the administrative analyst for economic development, that was in a prior model that council gave consensus to add. And then you can see the frozen positions. So a little bit of a net decrease in total staffing. On page 5 is a revised general fund table with model. It takes the model 1 on the 20th and incorporates everything that we were given direction on to include. So you can see for fiscal year 24-25, we're projected to end with an ending balance of $41,111,384. We actually have a surplus once you remove the encumbrance rollover, which I've explained before is the purchase orders and project budgets that were outstanding at June 30th, 2024. That budget was reappropriated into 24-25, so it's actually using prior year's reserve and budget reappropriated. So I didn't want that to appear as if we're spending over revenues collected because it's really coming from prior year revenues. So we end up with a slight surplus. The reason that we do, though, is there's significant savings still incorporated into the 24-25 budget from vacancies that were really incurred prior to the charged hiring that occurred after the city manager started in October. Our revenues are going down to $94.9 million in 25-26. As explained before, that really is due to some one-time revenues that are in 24-25. The over $4 million in transfer from ARPA for government services, that's going away. That's coming out of there. And then also we have reduction in our sales tax revenue. As previously mentioned, our gas franchise revenue is also being adjusted down $1 million each fiscal year. And in terms of expenditures for fiscal year 26, we're looking at total expenditures of $109,639,068. And again, once we find out more information on home key, once we get approved and get a timeline, we should be able to reduce those expenditures a little bit and shift some of those into fiscal year 27 instead, just depending on the timing of the award and when everything proceeds forward. So based on the figures in 25-26, we have a deficit of $14,691,719 with an ending total reserve balance in the general fund of $26,419,665. We have $500,000 we're setting aside for litigation reserve. This would be for any claims payments that exceed what we have budgeted in the general fund or legal costs, and then committed for community development fees. That $196,954 is what is left of general plan fees that have been collected. As you notice in 25-26, it's $1,096,954. With projected what we'll receive, it's budgeted to spend $1 million on the general plan update. That's starting in fiscal year 25-26. And then in 26-27, what's been collected would be used up, so there'd be no commitment for development fees, as you can see in the 26-27 column. So even with the $14.69 million deficit, we're estimating that our percentage of revenue that we would have is 27.09%, which exceeds the 20% unassigned reserve balance. That is the current council policy. And as the city manager stated, we're recommending not to drop below 25%. So should council desire just to utilize reserves instead of dipping into the budget stabilization, which is a decision we will be asking council for this evening, there's still sufficient reserves in 25-26 to maintain above the 25%. Now, 26-27, once we start moving forward with that, as it looks today, we're below the 20%. So we would need at least $9.2 million to be at 20%. However, if we bump that up to 25%, that number is going to be a little bit higher. And a schedule of transfers in is provided in attachment D. One thing I would like to point out is that police services is increasing 2.5 million over fiscal year 25, mainly due to the implementation of the DOJ agreement with the positions that we have to hire, and as well as the compliance monitor that we have to hire. And then in fiscal year 27, that shows additional 1.5 million increase due to increased personnel costs for step increases and the benefit increases that come with that, as well as increases in PERS costs for the safety plan. On page 6, there's a detail of expenditures by department. The police department is 53% of the budget. As you can see by the pie chart, administration's 8%, non-departmental 6%, public works 13%. Animal support, which is the subsidy to the animal services fund, is 2%. Recreation support, which is the subsidy to the recreation fund, is 5%. Public safety and community resources department is 4%, and community development 8%. And in terms of expenses by category in fiscal year 26, 59% approximately is personnel, 32% services and supplies, and 9% are transfers out, which are those subsidies to the departments, not only recreation and animal services, but also to the lighting and landscaping funds there's a little over $1 million in funds that get transferred out to lighting and landscape funds to pay for the shortfall of assessments in those zones. Chart C lists the actual dollar amounts. You can see personnel was just over 60 million in fiscal year 25. That's going up to 68.4 million in fiscal year 26. And this is even with the frozen positions. This is really just because we're projecting to be on track with our hiring, and there's a lot of vacancy savings built into fiscal year 25. But again, we're getting pretty close to being filled in the general fund. So total expenditures are 109.6 million versus 103.5 million. That's an increase of about $6 million. You can see the services and supplies we've managed to reduce based on the reductions that we've made internally for contracts and other things thus far. But this also does include the increase in the general liability insurance. That was a 19% increase. We've been able to really mitigate that with other cuts to contracts that departments have went through and scrubbed from their budget. So on page 6 is the table of everything that was brought on the 20th to the city council by department, what the mitigation was and what the council direction was, whether it be a yes or no. The things that were asked to come back in the, I'm sorry? Yes, page 8. I'm sorry if I didn't say that. So the things that will be brought back for future consideration would be the addition of 2 buyer positions. And then we're also asking for direction once we get to that, if the council wants to utilize budget stabilization funds in any amount in fiscal year 25-26. Initially, the models proposed $5 million in Models 4 and Model 5. It was discussed, but there wasn't definitive direction at that meeting. Another thing I'd like to point out is that the mayor did raise the question of proposing the general plan, postponing that for another year to save $1 million. However, that would really have no effect because instead of showing it as an expenditure, it would show as a commitment, a reserve of fund balance. So it would still show as assigned and then reduce that unassigned amount. So basically, it almost is like an expense, but not. So it would really just put it in one pot of money versus another that is restricted to be held for the general plan. So hopefully that makes sense. And another item we would like to get direction on tonight is how the council would like to allocate Measure W 1% sales tax once you've gone through the chart and made all your other direction on the contract. So on page 10 is the current 1% sales tax allocation. The prior council allocated 60% to the police department, 20% to quality of life, which they framed as being for public safety and community resources department, except the youth network services division, landscape enhancements in the lighting and landscape district zones, and code enforcement. And then on youth, the youth network services division within the public safety and community resources department and recreation services. So council may allocate the funds however they like. Again, it's not additional money, sales tax. It's just one piece of the total revenue. So it's just how you want to say that money is spent within the general fund. So with that, we would like council to ask any questions, but then go through attachment C and give us definitive direction on each of these items. If they want to continue to keep the budget in the budget, we've separated it by department. We've listed who the vendor is, if we know that, or if it's to be determined, the budget amount, the purpose, and what the impact is of not funding that. We've included some additional notes on some other items. So with that, I'll turn that over for any questions if you have, or at what point you want to take public comment. But then we will be asking to go through attachment C, go through one by one, tell us yes or no definitively if you want to keep that in the budget. And then also, again, once we get through this, how you would like Measure W to be allocated. Ideally, we would like to get this all wrapped up this evening so that we can bring back the budget for adoption on June 24th. And as I've said before, the work doesn't stop after June 24th. Then we're really going to be, continuing to how we mitigate moving forward from July forward. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation and for all the hard work that went into this from you all and from everybody and all the departments. Does council have any questions before we open this up to public comment? No? All right, do we have public comment, please?
Andrew? No speaker cards have been received.
One 120,000 people in our city, and the people that show up are the people that work for this city. I think that speaks volumes. As I'm listening to all these numbers, I'm kind of wondering, what is the overall picture of our city financially? And I'm kind of going through how a city generally makes money through both development and fees. And it's curious because when you look at development in the city, we know stagnant, right? You look at our current projects. Acorn Business Park was approved in 2019, May of 2019, over by the Kmart on East 18th Street. That included hospitality and commercial space. The Oakley Logistics Center was approved in December of 2019. One has been built and one is not. And we all know who delivers our Amazon packages. And we all know where that tax revenue goes. And it's not the city of Antioch. And not just is it development fees that come in, but as a part of that development was a 95-unit hospitality space, which to the city is 10% in transient occupancy tax, which at current market rates is $1.5 to $2 million lost over the last 5 years. And when I talk to that property owner, he has no plans to develop that parcel right now. So the city needs to engage current projects and find out where they're at, because that's how you generate income. You also look at how can we bring dollars in immediately. The city of Concord right now is marketing one of their surplus properties at $4.99 million. I'm sitting here doing the numbers on two surplus properties that the city of Antioch owns at higher density residential designation. And just on base densities, no density bonus numbers, if you had approved entitled projects on those sites, they would sell at about $35K a door. That means your Delta Fair site, the two parcels across the street from each other, 3 actually, and then your property down here that you want to build a park on that nobody has funding for, you realize that entitled, those two parcels could bring you about $10 million? $10 million when we're talking about a $15 million deficit in surplus land opportunities for short-term opportunities to bring dollars in, while you go and understand why your developers are buying land and then not building, and incentivize them to build and bring the hotel that the city is now losing back to the city. so that those workforce workers can go there. This is common sense. Happy to expand further past 3 minutes if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacy McPherson. I'm with Ms. Dagny Holstead. I represent the public workers. We had a long meeting today with Ms. Scott, and actually I think it's a start in the right direction of having a collaborative effort with the city, basically trying to find opportunities to where they can maybe capitalize on some of the knowledge and the historical knowledge that these employees have on where they can make cuts, what would be better, and so forth. One of the things that was brought up, which I'm still don't understand, that if this city is going to enter into an agreement, a 15-year agreement for Comfort Inn, and it's going to cost the city approximately, max was it 1.2 million? It's a 15-year endeavor, and ultimately may cost the city 18.75 million. If you don't have money and you're talking about cuts to employees and furloughing time, how in good conscience can you purchase something or enter into an agreement where it generates no revenue source for the city? And it's going to be an expense that cannot be accounted for. So I think there needs to be further inspection of whatever projects or ongoing projects you guys may want to enter into. If there's going to be any expense to the city that is not, there's no revenue to offset, I think we need to freeze those positions or freeze those ideas at this time. It just doesn't make sense to me. I agree with the gentleman over here. If there are things that can be assets that are liquidated, that would be a start. But just to let you know also, I did provide Ms. Scott the request to initiate the meet and confer process so we can be part of this process, hopefully possibly have some solutions in there, but to initiate formally the meet and confer process with the city to start so we could be involved in this process. Given this process is actively developing several models that can directly impact our members, either wages, hours, working conditions, terms of employment, which are definitely covered under the MMBA. I assert that we should have been maybe brought into this a lot sooner so we could have had our input and not trying to be at the 11th hour, you guys trying to have something for adoption. So that part was disheartening. But I think we're on the right path now of trying to open a collaborative effort to try and establish communication from this point on. And thank you very much.
Any other public speakers? All right, seeing none, we will turn this back over to the city council for any questions for either our city manager or finance director.
Mr. Mayor, how are you going to proceed? Because there are a lot of questions, policy, things that we have to go down. Is it just, I would hope at the end of the day, we provide very detailed, direct direction to the staff. And so I'm not sure how you want to proceed.
Well, I think that if there's any questions, first of all, if there's any questions that were presented in either the staff report or information tonight would be the first part of it. Then we are going to need to make decisions collectively, give direction back to the staff on what we want to see them come back with budget-wise. It's going to involve going through the different departments, different programs, and deciding what we do and don't want to continue specifically. There needs to be specifics tonight on what exactly we do and don't want to do. And then my hope is that we would have consensus as we go through different decision points, so that we could then give staff direction. So when they come back with the product for us on the next city council meeting. But overall, to me, the goal is to reduce the $14.6 million fiscal year 25-26 deficit as much as we possibly can. And I don't think it's going to be possible to reduce it down to zero, but I would like to see us reduce it down as far as we can. A goal that I have is to reduce it down to a $5 million deficit as part of this discussion tonight, with the idea that there's a lot of things revenue-wise and staffing, vacancies. There's a lot of issues that will happen over the next year as we work towards the next iteration of this. So generally speaking, that's what I'm looking to see us accomplish.
And I can suggest a roadmap for you if you'd like. If you could ask us the questions that you have from the report, that would be great. And then if we can go through the position charts from the 20th, where there was yes, no direction, and we still had some questions. So like the 2 purchasing positions, all that stuff. And then we can go through attachment C by department. And then you can talk about whether or not you want to use budget stabilization or reserves, and how much from each or both. And then we can do any follow-up questions and items that we still need clarification on. 2, you have all of your directors here, and different programs, including environmental services. So some of the questions in your attachment C are going to need follow-up responses from your department heads.
I guess the other point I just want to make is, at this point, and City Manager Scott, you can correct me, there aren't any further recommendations by staff as far as areas we can cut, so this is pretty much on the City Council for us to give direction.
Yes, if you have follow-up questions that you would like us to go back and explore, to bring back to you, then please let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, on that, you know, when we first started this, which was more than 6 months ago, and we had more than 12 specific meetings on the budget, which everybody could participate and provide input, in addition to all of our city council meetings that we also had during the 6-month period of time. So this is not a surprise to anyone who has been following our process. And the process was to go page by page, item by item, for the city council, for this new city manager and staff, and for the general public to find out exactly where we're at. So after November 5th election, on December 10th, a new council was sworn in. And basically, we are faced with the $54 million deficit. And so I commend the manager and the staff members for already cutting approximately $24 million in fiscal year 25 and 26. So we're left with $30 million to focus. And I think maybe this would be a general discussion amongst council member is where do we want to get? Because what was the driving objective as we started this was to make sure that on the percentage of revenue that we were 20% or more. And at least for this fiscal year and next fiscal year, that's been achieved. Means that we still need to do that in fiscal year 27. But the question is, you know, are we talking, we have $30 million, roughly $15 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. And how do we want to address that? Because frankly, from my perspective and the meeting that we had at Nick Rodriguez, I think from the employee's perspective, and of course you need to be concerned, what is the city council going to do? And I think that you heard very loud and very strongly, no furloughs. And frankly, depending on how reserves and the rate stabilization fund is used, if we end up in fiscal year 27 in a deficit, I can assure you employees will be losing their jobs, because that is something that just cannot be sustainable. So the struggle that we have had is to find balance. One, to preserve and protect the employees that we have. I have always said, as you know, former council member and certainly as mayor for 8 years, that the greatest asset that we have is our employees, and we need to do whatever is possible to protect them. That was true 15 years ago. It is true today. And so I noticed, you know, Mike Burkholder criticized in an editorial, you know, some of the things that the council has done, and specifically called out Council Member Rocha and Freitas as waffling. It's not an easy thing for us to face. We're trying to preserve services, preserve employees, and get us out of this fiscal mess so that we can move forward and provide the services that the public expects. So tonight, There are a lot of things certain members of the council, all members of the council may not like, but need to be implemented. But from my perspective, if I were in the employee shoes, you know, from at least this director or this council member, you know, your service to the city is appreciated and needs to be maintained. So what caused this primarily? So we had ARPA money, which stands for the American Relief Recovery Plan, and $22 million. Its purpose was to help local government through the pandemic. It was specifically requested that the monies be spent for one-time purposes. That's not what happened in the city of Antioch. We spent money on programs with no plan on what to do after the money was gone. And so anytime government creates a program, we also create advocacy. Everything that was created is important. And I can tell you in the campaign, the three primary issues, there are 100, 1,000, was number one, police protection. Number two, homelessness. Number three, economic development. And so the prior speaker, let me explain something, because I was a yes vote on the Home Key program. It didn't matter if I talked to business people downtown and the center of town or in southeast Antioch, meet and greet, knocking door to door, people are still very upset about the issue of homelessness. So the question is, what are we as a city going to do about that? And Home Key third funding provided us an opportunity to spend $750,000 this fiscal year, and I believe $1.25 million in the next fiscal year. What do we get for it? We get a facility that will be able to at least, repeat, at least, take 60 to 80 homeless people with behavioral problems. I suspect you all have seen an incident that occurred in the city of Antioch with the police department and someone riding on top of our car. Unfortunately for us, we don't really have resources to handle the homeless in a constructive manner. I'm opposed to criminalizing those who are homeless. We need to recognize and do as much as we fiscally can do to improve their lives and hopefully correct them. So for me, receiving $30 million in the Home Key program was an important investment. For me, having the ability to take 60 to 80 or more homeless people with behavioral problems off our streets was worth the investment. As I said that night, the request financially could not have come at a worse time. But I truly believe that we need to look long-term and not short-term. Some people have advocated, you know, don't use any of the reserves. Others have advocated use all the reserves. This council is burdened with trying to find a balance, to bring things down and make them manageable and looking towards the future. I don't want to point fingers to what's happened in the past, but you need to be aware of how difficult it is in 6 months for the new city council to be faced with a $54 million budget, when you look at our overall budget being about $105 million. That's a 50% decrease. If we specifically looked at funding just the police department, maybe some public works, maybe some park and recreation, we would be losing whole departments. And that's not acceptable. I also want to say I am totally opposed to any tax increases. The people in the city of Antioch should not be burdened for the mistakes that have been made. And so the burden for us tonight is difficult. And members, as well as the whole council and staff and some of the community, are not going to be happy. But I think it's what we need to do to move forward. Ms. Scott did not say, but one of the things that that should have been mentioned is this council on a monthly basis, monthly. Normally, these things budgets are not looked at until semi-annual. We will be looking at what our financial situation is. So we are not going to lose, the sight and just say, let's kick the can down the road. This is a challenge for now, for the next couple fiscal years. And it's my hope that in 3 years, we will get out of this mess and we will be on sound fiscal ground. But I will say, one of the things that I always, was bothered with national advertising is when Burger King said years ago, you could have it your way. Well, people believe they can have it their way all the time. And they don't look at what the consequences are. This council has to look at everything. And so I make that as the opening statement, Mr. Mayor, because from my perspective, all services provided by the city of Antioch are important. But my primary focus has been, will be, public safety, homelessness, and economic development.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, city manager and city staff, for doing everything you all did to get us where we needed to be to this point and reducing the expenses in the budget. I don't have a lot of questions because I have meetings with the city manager, so I already had a very robust meeting and got all my questions answered. But what I would like to say is that as it relates to Home Key, I'm a part of the CDBG standing committee with Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. The Community Development Block Grant Standing Committee with Mayor Pro Tem Rocha. And just recently, we had a discussion around, there was a Hope Solutions project that myself and former council member Burbanica, who also sat on the CDBG, allocated $1.2 million to the development of, I believe, 32 units or less for permanent housing for unhoused residents of Antioch. Hope Solutions has run into some roadblocks, and we have been informed that that $1.5 million that was allocated to Hope Solutions through a process can have the potential to be reallocated to this Home Key initiative, that $1.5 million. So that has the potential to reduce the reliance to the general fund to move the Home Key application forward. So our hope is that through those conversations, we can bring something back to this council to approve that move, so that the 1.5 million we're saying would come from the budget. The general fund would actually be coming from housing successor funds, which are supposed to be used to develop housing. And I also understand that the city manager is having conversations to figure out how to remediate some of the services that we do offer here in the city that have a reliance on the general fund and reserves, and have a plan to potentially move forward around animal services. And I'm wondering, city manager, is there some way you could help us understand what that potential is?
Sure. So some of the services, such as animal support, we're looking to discuss with the county some solutions for that, as well as some things that we're talking about in Public Works with our director, Bunting, and we have meetings with other cities about some opportunities there.
Thank you. So there is work being done behind the scenes to figure these things out. I'm encouraged that we were informed we could use housing successor funds to actually support the Home Key application, so that reduced the reliance on the general fund. I don't know where we going next. I do have recommendations for attachment C, but wherever, I guess we were asked to address page 8 around the staffing position, so.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that you simply go page by page? If there's questions, we can ask them and move on.
Certainly, that'd be fine. Are there any questions on, well, before we do that, City Manager Scott, can you expand at all upon the talks you're having regarding animal services and public works? Maybe give us an idea of what sort of things you're working on?
Sure. So with regards to animal services, we pay quite a bit of money to supplement. The county has its own program that we should join forces with as one. It would be, I believe, half or 30% of the price we're paying currently as a city, which is how much, $4 million? Quite a bit. And then for our public works, we'll have more information to you after next week.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, no, excuse me, on the animal services, since some of us have been around the 50 or more years, if there's any discussion about animal services, like one of the previous speakers, the outside programs need to immediately be alerted to that and brought into the conversation. Animal services was on the ballot and approved by the city, and so I don't want last minutes, because frankly, I've had to endure the wrath of animal advocates, and I would hope that we bring them in very early to be a part of the discussion.
Thanks so much. Yes, we understand that there was a ballot measure, and we've been in talks with city attorneys. So we do have a plan, and we also support our furry friends. So this is a good thing. This isn't anything that will diminish our service delivery.
All right, thank you. Anything else on page 1 anybody would like to address? Yeah, it's on the staff report. Self-explanatory. Page 2. Some more overview. Page 3. Yes.
Ms. Merchant, so on Public Works, we have some of the reductions. Freeze administrative analyst, 0.1, FTE full-time equivalent, as well as the senior civil engineer, 0.25 full-time equivalent. So what does that mean? Are we reducing these two positions?
So these positions are split with other funds. So this is the entire position would be frozen, but this is the general fund share of that cost.
No, I understand that. So when you say freeze, we're not going to fill these positions.
That is correct.
Okay. And the other, under public safety and community resources, the Angio Quinto, so the recommendation is reduce funding by $1.7 million in next fiscal year and 1.395 in the following fiscal year. And so how much would be retained? And I assume that this is for 12 hours of service per day?
Yes, so the 1.7 million was the amount in the general fund that was initially created in the budget. And by doing the 12-hour and changing the service model, there's approximately about 1.45 million in ARPA funds, so that's going to stretch those funds over the entire fiscal year 26. And then in fiscal year 27, the amount that was budgeted was 2.45 million. So this reduces that to reduces that by almost 1.4 million, so that we still maintain that revised service model in fiscal year 27.
And that's for 12 hours?
Yes.
Yes, I'm looking at Captain Bittner for this one, but I believe he matched it up to the high service utilization for APD to cross over to make sure that we get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of service delivery.
Could Captain Bittner come and tell us what the hours of
I wanna call him
operation
down. I
would
mean,
be?
he's- Yes. Sorry, Captain Bittner.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I believe it's noon to midnight. Those seem to be the busiest hours throughout the day for those services, and at this time, that's what we're gonna go with.
And is it flexible enough if you have real-world experience and it changes, you know, from 2 o'clock to 2 in the morning?
Absolutely. We can be very flexible with it and continue to monitor it on a monthly basis and see, you know, if there are any changes. It does get busier from, let's say, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. We can be flexible.
Okay, and our agreements, you know, don't preclude us from being flexible?
As far as I know, no. I know we have a great relationship with the Felton Group. We're in regular talks with them, so I don't think that would be a problem.
Can I just simply suggest that you might want to check that just to be sure, so we know how flexible we can be with the time element?
Absolutely.
And then, Ms. Merchant, I was a little surprised, under the May 20th, I thought the home key was $750,000 for the first year and 1.25 for subsequent years.
Well, the way, when I was speaking to the city manager, the 750,000 is the purchase of the hotel, and then it's 1.2 million. That's the cost, operations cost. We put the entire amount, as I mentioned, of the two into fiscal year 26, although I realize it probably will not be that amount, because by the time we get the award and the purchase is completed, it may only be 750,000 in fiscal year 26, because this 750, from my understanding, is the purchase of the hotel, and the 1.2 million is the operations cost separate from the
My
purchase.
recollection was we won't know until fall.
Yes, correct.
And then we have to approve and go through all that, which
Yes. And
means we'll be in calendar year 26.
yes, that is, it'll still be 25, 26. And also, it's the 750 plus the 1.2 for year one, and then 1.2 year after, the years after. But that also might go away given the CDBG committee's reallocation of several projects.
Yeah, can I speak to that? To the home key issue, you know, actually, Councilman Freitas actually stated a lot of things that I was going to say in regard to priorities, about fully staffing our police department, addressing homelessness and economic development. Those were the three key comments received from District 2 and throughout the city, so I won't repeat much of what Councilman Freitas stated, because he was on point with those comments. And in terms of waffling, it's easy for someone from the outside playing on a keyboard to say things like that, but the reality is that we have to make tough decisions, and we have to move from one place to the other to try to get there. There's not one way. You know, it reminds me when I was a football coach, you would make a decision on Friday night, and there'd always be critics on Monday morning about what they could have done differently or better. So I don't pay a lot of attention to that kind of stuff, but I thought I would at least respond. In terms of home key, what I wanted to bring up is, in looking at the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant funding, home successor funds are the funds that we're talking about. And in previous years, there were two projects that were funded to a pretty significant amount of money. One is called Home Solutions, and that was spoken to earlier. Councilmember Torres Walker brought up. I believe the actual dollar amount is $1,067,000 was what was gone in that direction. I think it was actually supposed to be 1.5. I don't know the accurate exact numbers on that, but my ask is to look at how if Hope Solutions is not going to go forward, and there's over $1 million that was committed to that project, I would like to see those funds, at least the $750,000, that would be appropriate and would be within the guidelines that are provided by the housing successor, that those funds go towards the acquisition, so that cost that we're talking about, remove the $750,000 from the general budget and have that covered through the funds reallocating the Hope Solutions funding that's not going to go forward. The second question I have about projects has to do with the Grace Arms. Grace Arms received a pretty significant amount of money. I want to say $3 million. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I would like to have that reviewed and discussed about where we're at with that project, because from looking at the amount of funds we have available to us in housing successor funds, it looks like we're approximately around $900,000 to $1 million that's available to us to use towards housing, meeting the needs of our unsheltered and our most vulnerable community members. And that's not even without looking into Grace Arms, funds that have been committed to that project, and if that's going to go forward or not. So we have a lot of significant funds that have not been finalized in how they're going to be utilized to help us move forward to address the major concern, the crisis that we're faced with homelessness. And so to me, my one ask for city manager and for finance director Merchant would be to bring that number down from 1,950,000 down to 1.2, because we'd be reallocating the Hope Solutions funding to cover that cost towards acquisition. The 1.2 was just discussed for year one, what's going to happen because of the timeline. We don't even know if we're going to receive this grant that we applied for, but at least I would like to see to take 750,000 from the Hope Solutions project to apply towards the purchase or acquisition if we're given that grant. And then with the Grace Arms, I would like to have an update on where we're at with that project, because we're in a crisis. We don't really have time to be sitting and waiting for these monies that we've invested to go towards helping our community members. If there's a better way, then I think we should take a look at that. So anyway, I just wanted to touch on the CDBG funding, housing successor that's available. And I would like to ask City Manager Scott, who's very intelligent and smart when it comes to and experienced in housing, to look to see if these funds that we're talking about that, like I stated already, is 900,000 for this year that hasn't been applied, and we have previously committed up to about 3 million. So we have a significant amount of money that we need to look at how we can utilize, and I think there's a expiration date. We're supposed to expend these funds by April of 2026.
Yeah.
So we really need to make some decisions soon on how we're going to utilize those funds in the best interest of Antioch. So
And
anyway,
I
that's
would almost suggest, if council is amenable, if we wanted to remove the 750 with the assumption going forward now that we could use these funds, not even to keep the whole 1.2 million in the general fund, that's a whole year of operating costs. And if it isn't until the fall and, you know, a few months later that gets completed, that potentially we assume 1 quarter, so 400,000 in the budget versus 1.2 million, if council's amenable to that. So, you know, right there, we've scrubbed some major numbers off there.
Mayor, I would suggest that that be directed to staff.
Yeah, do we have consensus for direction of staff? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
And that is great, because that takes out, you know, 1.5 million essentially out of this number, so.
Yes, Councilmember Frias.
So, Mr. Soar is here. So, I'm looking at the committed community development fees. In fiscal year '25, it's approximately 1.1 million, and in the second year, it goes down to 200,000. Am I simply to assume $1 million is assumed that it will be used in fiscal year '26? The answer is yes. Okay, thank you. The other, when the council had various presentations, and specifically Mr. Wright representing Park and Recreation, and tonight from Andrew Becker, I thought they made some good suggestions, and I don't want the suggestions to be lost in this discussion. And that is the ability that we may want to use to sell some of our assets. We also may want to have sponsorships and things of that sort to generate revenue. And I would ask that staff be directed to have this come back in 2 or 3 months, you know, so that we can have a discussion about that. I would underscore, though, you know, what are the impacts? And so it might sound like a great idea, but if we have surplus property and then we sell it off and something happens down the road and there's no longer an opportunity, or it gets too expensive. So I think Mr. Wright made a very good presentation to us. I think Andrew Becker has a good point with regards to surplus property, and I would hope that staff would go forward on that. The other, and this is on page 3 at the very end, and again, going to our prior speaker, And it is, as a reminder, the budget does not include COLAs, cost of living increases for staff in either fiscal year. So I think bringing all unions or employee associations together now and having a very thorough discussion about that, I think it's important, because sometimes, since I was a union negotiator for 30 years, sometimes older employees, you know, have a tendency to say, we want the COLAs, and younger employees say, we want a job. So it sometimes can be a conflict within the union ranks and file, and I think the faster that discussion happens and directions from the various unions or associations, the better.
All right, any other comment? Do you have any questions, Councilman Wilson?
Yeah, well, actually, most of my questions are on attachment C, but going down on, let's see, page 3 that we're currently on, and Councilmember Freitas said something that kind of triggered a thought in my head. In regards to our water park, and particularly, you know, a lot of us get a lot of questions in regards to the pool that's out at Contra Loma. In fact, I had an opportunity to take our city manager out there to see that particular pool. And if it's possible that can we take a regional approach to, you know, if you can work with Supervisor Burgess on that. I think, and Councilmember Freitas, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, if I remember this incorrectly, if there was a possibility that we also establish a partnership with AUSD in using their pools and figuring out the license or insurance in regards to that. But I think as far as the pool, I would really like us to at least look into a regional approach, see what's going on with the pool out in Contra Loma. I'm hearing 2 years, I'm hearing 18 months. How can we look into that? I guess you're going to correct me on something I said earlier.
They actually have talked about 4 years.
Okay.
You know, so you need to understand that East Bay Regional Park District is there because of an agreement between the Contra Costa Water District on behalf of the United States Bureau of Reclamation and the Park District itself. And so legally, I would ask that council take a look, or at least touch base with Contra Costa Water District, CCWD, as well as Bureau of Reclamation, because there are obligations stipulated in those agreements. And it's been like 4 years, hasn't it? I mean, it's been a long time. And it is a regional facility. And here again, this shows a bias, in my opinion, between the urban core and us out here. And we are definitely getting the short end of the stick. This is not acceptable, you know, and it has been very important for us, particularly for families that, you know, don't have the financial means to go to Disneyland. So I do think that this is something that should be addressed.
Councilmember Wilson, on your comment about the city pool taking a regional approach, are you referring to the water park?
Yeah.
Okay.
In reference to, you know, I mean, as I'm looking at this, you know, water park slide remediation, and then the cost into really kind of getting our water park kind of up to speed or up to date, you know, it's always, you know, that pool is out there at Contra Loma. Why don't we work in a partnership? You know, how do we work collectively with that? So that's what I was really.
Yeah, the city manager and I had talked about the East Bay Regional Park District giving a presentation in the fall. The last I heard is that it's a $14 million project. It hasn't been designed yet. They have to tear out everything, the pool, the restroom facilities. It's a whole do-over. And I think they have about $3 million towards the cost, so it's
Which I understand. I mean, I think the point I was getting, if it was a regional, we would be included in that conversation.
Sure. Right.
I think we're out of the conversation. I mean, it's right there, although it's officially East Bay Regional Parkland, it's right here in Antioch. Our community benefits from it. It's just, it'd be great if we were part of that conversation.
Absolutely, yes.
And if it was Tilden Park or one of the others, I can assure you it'll be fixed already.
Yeah. So we will make sure that we follow up with that, with staff on that. Anything else on this page here? How much is committed in fiscal year 27 to the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team?
So that is $1,080,000, I believe the number is.
Okay. So is that then the actual cost of 1 year of operation of the team on this 12-hour
Yes, that is the estimated cost. Now, it's not a set cost every month, just how it operates now. The bills fluctuate a little bit each month depending on the number of service calls and time spent. So I imagine it would operate in much that, some months the bills could be a little bit higher, some months the bills a little bit lower.
And so you had mentioned $1.4 million of ARPA money for fiscal year '26, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So why would fiscal year '26 be 1.4 and '27 be 1
There'll be
point?
some money from ARPA in fiscal year '26, a few $100,000 that stretches into fiscal year '27.
Got it, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So the cost is actually, so an annual cost is 1 million or 1.2, or do we know the annual cost? Or the projected annual cost? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Page 4. Yes, Councilman Frias.
Ms. Merchant, I got confused on page 4. City council must consider freezing all current vacant and future vacant general fund positions, as personnel costs are approximately 59% of the general fund budget, with the police department consisting of 68% of total personnel costs. Now, later on in one of the attachments, we see if we were fully funded, what the impact would be to the police department. But my question, and Captain Desmond Bittner may want to have some input in here. So I look at the general fund staffing, and I see sworn officers for fiscal year '25, I'm going to round up, 115. And for fiscal year '26, 117. So you're really not asking us to freeze those positions, are you?
So the number, we did a mixture of sworn and non-sworn, and we did it as phased in hiring so that the full staffing of the 117 wouldn't happen until the end of fiscal year '27. Unlike the other positions, for example, freezing the accounting specialists, we're not putting any money in the budget for it at all in either year. So, and because council previously had stated, the goal to have a fully funded police department, and some of the savings that we've calculated may come from if more non-sworn than we've kind of figured into the mix ends up being vacant for longer. So we're treating it more as kind of like vacancy savings versus being frozen.
So, what is the current funding for sworn police officers?
We have 115 sworn.
No, filled positions?
Oh, let me see.
I'm sorry.
about that.
Just,
I thought it was 88.
Roughly 89, 90 officers as of now, and then with 4 in the academy.
so, assuming that the 4 are hired, so that would bring us up to roughly 95?
Correct, that'd be in September.
And I guess this is a HR question, and looking at the next fiscal year, realistically, how many police officers could we fill starting July 1st and ending June 30th of 2026?
There are a lot of factors there with
I understand.
retirements. So I think on average,
Retirements, disabilities, that fluctuates, but and so it exasperates the number. The reason why I'm asking, is it logical for us to truly say 117 positions? Or is it more realistic to say that number's probably going to be about 105, 110, depending on some of those factors?
that would be the correct answer, 105 to
Okay.
110, depending on what's going
So,
on.
Mr. Mayor, again, from my perspective, police services, I think, is our #1 priority, but we need to be realistic in the budget. So I think that if we went from our sworn officers, at 115, and we go up in fiscal year 26 to 105, and then the following year to 117, I think that would help us, because right now, and Ms. Merchant, I'm assuming that the 117 number is exasperating part of the deficit.
Absolutely, and like I said, the mixture is sworn and non-sworn, so that, it actually works out to about 101 sworn, based on the 4.6 million and some non-sworn positions in there. One of the things when we initially kicked off the budget in January and then going into March is we didn't want to, say frozen, because I know that's a priority of the city council, and that was, so we, that's a council policy decision if you want to say we're funding up to 101, in fiscal year 26. And again, this is, fiscal year 27, we're not adopting that budget, but it can be, we're doing 101 with the goal of this in 27. And as we move forward through the budget year, see what is a realistic number
Well,
available funding.
Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, and Captain Bittner, please correct me, it's okay. I would suggest to the council that for sworn at least, for fiscal year 26, the number be 105.
That's fair.
All right, and then 117, which would be totally funded, and that would provide directions to HR for recruitment, academy, as well as people who are go out on disability or who simply quit and things of that sort. I think I would strongly recommend that because it has a tremendous impact on the deficit.
So, question for our city manager and finance director. So the budget, as it's currently been proposed, basically does what Councilmember Freitas is asking for, correct? I mean, the numbers aren't going to change, it's just the position, the position.
Well, so in fiscal year, for example, in fiscal year 27, if you say that 117 is fully funded and we don't have phased in to get to 117 by June 30th, 2027, we need to bump up the number by 4.7 or something a little bit less if we account for some vacancy savings throughout the year. But in fiscal year 25, 26, like I said, it approximates about 101 sworn positions, not 105. But I know there are going to still be some vacancy savings. So I can work with Captain Bittner and HR to see kind of what's in the pipeline, that could we still keep the 4.5 number in there, being that there'll be some savings until we get to the 105. So it kind of, ends up working out to 101, or if we need to add a few $100,000 back into the budget number for the 105.
Yeah, and our ultimate goal is to get to 117,
Yeah.
but we're realistic, and our goal now is to get to that 101, 100 by the end of this year, which I think is doable. And then beyond that, 105 would be great.
Okay. I just think there could be some savings, that we would build in. I'm trying to reduce the deficit. This is one way to reduce it. Because I think it's unrealistic to say in fiscal year 26 we're going to have 117. We're not going to have 117. We know we're not going to have 117.
So to my question before, if we were to say 105 for 26, that's the number, the goal, 117 for 27, 105 and 26 is basically an average of 101 between 95 and 105, correct? So wouldn't that mean that your numbers are basically going to stay the same?
Like I said, for 25, 26, it probably would, just because of the vacancies until they're in academy or whatever. Like, we probably would get closer to the 105 sometime after January, I would imagine. But for 26, 27, as we move forward, that number will have to be adjusted, because depending on when we think we could get from the 105 to the 117, we'll have to revisit that 4.7 number that's built into that, because it could be half that number is vacancy savings until the 117 is filled. But again, we'll have to see how the hiring is going, and as we get closer when we do to fiscal year. But again, like I said, we're not adopting fiscal year 27, so we would bring that back to council and being like, this is where we are with staffing. I mean, you never know, we could only be at 101 staffing by next March, depending on hires, who leaves, whatever, to where maybe the 117 couldn't be achieved until February of 2027 or something like that. So we kind of just have to see how it's going with the hiring.
I guess my only concern is if we slow down the momentum of hiring by virtue of being at capacity and not being able to continue forward. So that'd just be.
I'm not asking for us to slow down. I'm asking us for it to be realistic. That's.
Yeah, my understanding, when we had this discussion before, when the police department did their presentation, was that we were looking at phased in over 2 years to get to 117 if we were able to do that. So realistically, in '26, we're not gonna be there. And so what does that dollar amount look like in the budget? And then what would be the difference in 2027 when you get to fully staffed? And I don't know if that's reflected here
So I think in
the
the 4.59, that's built in as phased in hiring savings, I think that would be an adequate number to maintain to do the 105. And then to Councilmember Freitas's point, I think really is to be transparent to say that the funded staffing for sworn is 105, not 117. So that's what he's saying, so that it matches, so that it's apparent to everybody, our target is 105. And then when we get to fiscal year '27, when we get working on that budget, is that number 117? Is it something else,
Right.
depending on what's going on? So if council is amenable to that, we'll keep the 4.59 million savings in there, nothing additional, nothing less, but then mark that sworn staffing is at 105 versus 117.
And so would the 105 also include the 2 new officers necessary for the DOJ settlement?
Yes, because the number that we had kind of targeted was knowing, not taking into savings for having to hire the captain and the sergeant, because those are new positions required to be added. So the 105 would be inclusive of those 2 new positions, as well as on the non-sworn side for the data policy analyst that's required.
Okay, Captain Bittner, that still works with your model you guys are working with?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just one comment. You know, the city will have mid-year review.
Yes.
So that gives us an opportunity, but we also are going to have a monthly report financially, so there won't be surprises. We'll understand. I would suggest anytime you do the monthly review, let us know how many sworn and non-sworn officers have been hired. That would help us as we move forward.
Will do.
Captain,
Yes, ma'am.
out of that 105, how many are patrol?
Roughly 65, I believe. That 105.
At the 105?
Yes.
And at the, without the reduction, was it at 88, you said, for patrol? The
Yeah.
approved hire?
Yeah, the 88 was just officers, and beyond that was your administrative staff. So just like your sworn patrol officers, at 105, you'd probably have about 60 to 65 patrol officers. So we have six patrol teams, roughly 9 to 10 per team.
And if it wasn't reduced, it would be that 88 number?
No,
Like if it wasn't, so it's never been, we reviewed a document that said that there were 88 approved for patrol.
yeah, I think that 88 might have been overall just police officers.
Yeah, that's the
88s.
title of police officer, not what assignments they
Yeah,
might
so
have been.
that a portion of those, 9 of those or more could have been assigned to investigations, traffic, and so forth. So I think our basic patrol officers, the guys and gals who respond to calls for service, is gonna have a right around 60 to 65, kind of regardless how many officers we have. And then as we add officers, you'll see some more officers in the investigations division, the traffic division, our community engagement division, divisions such as that.
It would be nice to get a breakdown of the division staffing numbers, because it's like a running question. We always like sworn, unsworn, but then we're like, oh, we have 105 officers on the street, which is not true in a sense. So it would be nice, in the future to get like that full breakdown based on like the specializations and where people are placed.
Absolutely. And I know we present that, separate at the next APOC presentation. We can present that during the chief staff presentation, but we can bring it back to council as well.
Even if it's just shared,
Okay.
we don't need an extra meeting.
Yeah. Then I think ideally the plan is to have, a full traffic unit of 4 traffic officers and a sergeant, a full community engagement team of 4 officers and a supervisor, and then 60 to 65 patrol officers, and then a full investigations unit of 16 detectives with 2 supervisors. So if we get to anywhere right around 100 to 105 sworn officers, our staffing numbers will look really good as far as all those assignments. And any other officers on top of the 105, we can just add to provide additional services to the city.
Well, thank you. I actually just want to also say I'm like really enjoying the response times right now. Definitely way better. So thank you for all y'all doing structurally to meet.
No,
the
I
need.
appreciate it. And the more officers we hire, just the better the response times will likely be. So thank you.
So do we have consensus to set the fiscal year '26 police sworn staffing at 105, or up to 105? And in 2027, up to 117? Okay. All right. One other comment on this page when it comes to staffing. I know this is more focused on police. I just did a little bit of research in preparing for this, and in 2020, we had 360 full-time staff in the city total, and right now we have 423. So we've added 63 new positions since 2020 to the city, which when we're looking at the general fund impact, I'm not saying all of those were general fund, but in looking at the sewer and water divisions, both of those numbers stayed pretty flat. So they haven't increased numbers, except for maybe one over that period of time. So this is mostly general fund positions, and I think this is also contributing to our challenges today, is that we have so many new staff that, in 2022, we had 400 staff with a $78 million budget. So we're definitely struggling in that regard to try to figure out how to get this in a place where we can afford all of our staffing. So, all right, anything else on this page? All right, page 5, general fund.
I want to thank Ms. Merchant for footnote number 1, 2, and 3. Much appreciated.
I guess my comment on this page has to do with just our overall revenues. Investment income goes from 3.1 down to 1.8 down to 1.2. I understand that the interest rates are different and things like that, but that's a significant drop in our investment income, rentals. Our revenue from other agencies obviously is dropping from 1 million to 200,000. Our license and permits are also dropping. I guess from the standpoint of us trying to one of our previous speakers' points, generate revenue, I'm not sure what the projections are that are seeing such not just flat but reductions in for example, our licenses and permits.
Yeah. I will say on the investment income, and I have brought this up from a comment at a prior budget study session, we're pretty locked in for the next 2 years with our interest rates because we have the 2 to 3 year benchmark. The reduction in interest income really is because we're drawing down on reserves. So we allocate interest each month based on the cash balance of each fund. So other funds, because the general fund, is dropping $15 million, they're getting less interest income. There's less cash in the general fund, and it's getting, more interest earnings to the water fund, for example. So it's just because the cash balance, the reserve balance is dropping so low in the general fund, it reduces what it would be entitled to in interest income from our portfolio.
All right, and then how about licenses and permits and things like that, going from 3.5 down to 3.1 million?
One of them, if you do recall, I know we've been through a lot, but the encroachment permits, we kind of had a catch-up collection of encroachment permits in fiscal year 25, so they're a lot higher than normal, and that drops down to our normal projected collection on encroachment permits in fiscal year 25, 26, and in 26, 27. But otherwise, our building permits are only a modest increase over the next 2 years, and that does incorporate on the building permits what we project to increase in the building permit fee revenue, which is about 80,000 each year increase. But again, you don't collect the same amount in building permit revenue every day. Different kind of permits, you can't really estimate that you're gonna, unless you have a big housing project, you never know when someone's gonna pull a permit for HVAC, for example, versus something for plumbing. So the department estimates as best they can. However, there's wide swings in what projects are going to get permits pulled.
Okay. I guess just as we're trying to increase economic development, all of that,
Yes.
we'd hope to see these fees also.
Yeah, and then as a reminder for the
out.
revenue from other agencies, we've got the $740,000 grant for ShotSpotter, so that's in fiscal year '25. So that's why there's such a big drop-off in '25, '26.
All right. Any other questions or comments about this page? Yes.
Yeah,
Ms.
going
Moore.
back to the investment income, I know a few months ago, or a few months back, I did mention that I think it's time for us to look at our investment portfolio. I know we're gonna get a presentation, because I don't know when the last time it was that we selected what we're investing in. Are there better investments? Are there things that we need to let go? So hopefully with that presentation coming up, we can have an opportunity to look at, how the city's investing the money.
Absolutely, that's on June 10th that PFM will be presenting, so council can ask any questions on that. Just as a reminder, though, we are limited into the types of investments that we can have per the government code, because the government code really protects safety and liquidity, overall high investment earnings. So there's definitely strategies in terms of categories of investments you may want to look into or divert. However, there's we can't invest in stocks, so we couldn't get some huge stock earnings to increase our investments. But the council can definitely go into, like, we want to divest from this type of investment. I'm not sure how much it would actually change our earnings, like I said, because we are limited on government code, but the council could definitely direct not to invest in certain types of industries, for example.
All right, and I think we'd also, at a previous council meeting, there was a request for the treasurer to be able to come and make a presentation as well, and I see him here in the audience today, so.
Yeah, so the investment firm will do the presentation, and the city treasurer will introduce the
Got it,
the
okay,
firm.
thank you. All right, anything else on page 5? Page 6? Page 7, chart C.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I think in the city manager's opening comment, there's a suggestion, and I think we need to respond. Are we comfortable with a minimum 20%, or I believe they're suggesting minimum 25%? I just need to understand why.
Our structural deficit is not just this biennium, so we can't run down reserves right now without a set revenue generation. And we won't know that for another about year, over this next year. So for right now, we're just asking to have that threshold to align with the first fiscal year, so the one-year budget. So we can revisit it for '27 if we need to.
Mr. Mayor, I'm opposed to it because it constrains us even further, and we need to have flexibility. If we raise it by 25%, I think it makes it even more difficult for us, not less difficult. I understand that staff has clearly articulated and has been articulated, not to run through reserves and the rate stabilization fund. But if we are trying to deal with $30 million deficit right now in these 2 fiscal years, we may not be able to meet the threshold of 25. So me personally, I'm fine with 20.
All right, question for, go ahead, Council.
I just had a question,
Pro
because,
Tem.
again, learning on this, stabilization versus reserves, when we talk about the amounts of funding that we have available to us. And then I understand the question about the 20 to 25%. Question would be, instead of pulling the amount, let's say it's 5 million, I know that was in, I think that was in Model 5 or 4. Could you go 2.5 from one and 2.5 from the other, and maybe that would have less of an impact on the percentage, whether it's 20 or 25? I just trying to understand that, because when I look at, I look at it as like checking and savings account, and you put them both together, and it's much larger than if you look at them separated. So my question would be, if you were to look at both funding sources, can we potentially look at taking, if it's, say it's 5 million, 2.5 from the reserves, 2.5 from the stabilization fund, or if it was 7, be 3.5, 3. I'm just looking at a different way to look at it.
Absolutely, you could do that. And, you know, based on the 25, 26 model on page 5, you know, you're actually at 27.09% in 25, 26. 26, 27 is a whole other animal we don't want to talk about right now. But so we're at above the 25%. But City Council could still say in 25, 26, once we kind of go through these numbers and what to cut, they could either say, let's just use reserves and then we're still above the 25% or the 20% if that's still the consensus, or hey, let's give a little cushion and put some money from the budget stabilization fund in any amount, you know, that council should desire in 25, 26.
Or you could split the difference and not go below 23%, so just,
And if we were being very honest, city and town managers don't like to see a large reserve, because that may signal to the city council to spend because you have uncommitted money. And so up and down the state of California, about 15, 20 years ago, we suddenly started to get into reserves and rate stabilization. I mean, a reserve is like a checking account. It fluctuates, it moves up and down. The idea of the rate stabilization is like a saving emergencies. Now, staff may disagree, but that's been my experience in Contra Costa County, particularly dealing with 19 cities and town. So it really is kind of a gimmick, but if you look at, you know, its purpose, you know, the reserve will fluctuate, but the idea is that you always keep a rainy day reserve for an earthquake or something of that sort, you know. And I get it. I mean, staff isn't saying it, but you know, they want us to be as conservative as we possibly can. And I think that we're all well aware after the last 6 months what our obligations are. And so I wouldn't want a false constraint. That's just, but that's my opinion. You all want to go to 25, okay?
Well, what I'd like to do is wait till we get to the end, we're giving direction, and we could address
Okay.
that.
So staff just, you know, I don't want, some of these things get lost.
No,
in-
we'll mention it.
we wanted to get lost if you don't agree with me. Just kidding, just kidding.
All right, so anything on chart C or the fully funded staffing model here, which just shows that it just adds $5 million more to our deficit. So I think we all agree that that's not the direction we want to head.
Amazing. I saw that.
But thank you for doing that, showing us that number, 'cause I think that's important.
That's why I requested it, so we could see. And so, yeah, thank you for putting that in.
All right, on page 8, some of the decisions we've given yes direction. If anybody would like to talk about any of those, we can. We have reducing the landscape expenditures by $1 million in each fiscal year. We said no to that. We had adding 2 buyer positions to finance for purchasing. We still need to make a decision on that one. So,
Mr. Mayor, I agree with all the responses that council has previously made. And let me just ask the staff, instead of 2 buyers, have 1 buyer in fiscal year 26 and 1 buyer in fiscal 27? But I don't I don't know the impact, so that's part of the question. If we don't do the 2 buyers, how does that, what aren't we going to get?
Well, we'll continue with our decentralized purchasing and the model that we have now.
No, okay, you answered it for me. Never mind. I say 2.
all right, so there's yes.
I just had a quick question in regards to purchasing. When was the last time we updated our purchasing ordinance?
It's been a long time. I think probably, gosh, 7 years or more. And I know this is one of the projects that we do want to work with when the new city attorney comes in, because that actually might, we were looking at thresholds and some other things, and that might actually relieve some of the work that happens on the purchasing side. You know, it is something that we really would like to revisit more for the 26-27 year to hopefully get the purchasing ordinance updated and our policies updated to see, you know, what the need is. Could it be one? Does it need to be two or something else? And then just in light of all the other fiscal challenges, do we really need to add this right now when we are doing the work? Maybe not, you know, 100% the best that we should. However, you know, when you're talking about other positions freezing, how is this more important than some of the other positions freezing? For example, I'd rather have one of my finance positions versus a purchasing position, but I'd rather have none for this upcoming fiscal year to help with the deficit. But, I mean, it obviously is a council decision.
I think if we, going along with what you're saying, I think if we can update that ordinance, it helped me make a better decision on that. And then while we're talking about that, I think we should review all ordinances for inefficiencies, or if they're dated, not. So, yeah, I just wanted, because I had that down as my questions about the purchasing, you know, position, and that, for me to better understand it, I need to see a better ordinance.
All right, so we have a request to update the ordinance, which is there a consensus? We'd all like to see that.
Yeah,
Look at it, come back
my
with-
question was gonna be, in regard to the two positions, what are we currently doing? I mean, I'm hearing that we need to repair, we need to fix, we need to hire two people.
So
What's
each
the
of-
current,
So each of
model?
the departments issue their own RFPs. Any proposals are then, depending on the type of RFP, opened by the city clerk's office, which happened even under the city clerk's office opening bids, happened even under when we had a centralized purchasing. Once those, an award is done, you know, you see that comes to council, then on the finance side, the finance department creates the purchase orders, make sure that we have the backup, that the purchasing policy has been followed, determining thresholds, if the bids based on the dollar amount, if the threshold requires a bid or not, if that's done. You know, the city attorney's office is reviewing any contracts, so it's a collaboration among all the departments. I would say the majority of the bids do get issued by the Public Works Department versus any other department. So I think when, you know, we took away centralized purchasing in the prior downturn, that's the reason that a lot of that kind of formulated under the Public Works Department.
All right, any other questions about this? So we have a recommendation to maybe phase this in, one in 26, one in 27.
No.
No,
That's not the proposal is to what?
hire two.
Hire two immediately? Okay, so is there consensus to hire two immediately?
Oh,
What?
oh, do I? I'm so sorry.
Is there, you'd like to hire two?
Yes, please.
Hire two? You're yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. I'm a no on that, but doesn't matter at this point, so we'll go ahead and keep that in the budget. So the other one I wanted to visit is in community development, adding a senior economic development program manager to that department. My ask would be that we would wait on that until we get the new community development director, economic development director, to see if that's the recommendation. So,
Are you saying he would know better than me?
maybe, or maybe it wouldn't be necessary, or maybe it would be. I'm just saying that if it's not absolutely necessary, since we're restructuring economic development, I'd like to see us wait, but if it's something that
Just kidding.
we need,
Just kidding.
okay. So, I know it got a yes vote last time, just want to confirm that that's still a yes vote to add that position? Yes? Okay, so that'll stand. All right, page 9. Any questions or comments on this page?
The last one, the use of stabilization, I assume will come at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'd like to get through everything before the
That's fine,
stabilization
that's
portion.
fine, it just,
I guess I had a question. I never saw Measure O mentioned in here anywhere, as far as the, business license tax. Do you know about how much that generates a year?
About 2.1 to 2.15 million per year. It's stayed pretty flat.
Okay. All right, so that's 2.1. Cannabis is about 2.1 also, correct?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less. Cannabis sales have been dropping off.
They have been, so that number's,
I think we still have about 2.1 built into the budget, if I
okay.
recall, but.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on this page? All right. 1% sales tax allocation page. Do we have any questions or comments about that on page 10?
Let me ask, Ms. Merchant, it's now 60, 20, 20. If we change, like, police department from 60 to 70, what would be the impact to the general fund?
Well, the whole amount stays in the general fund. It's just how you say it's funding. So it doesn't impact the general fund in any way. It just impacts what you're telling the public the funds are being spent on. I mean, theoretically, you could say 100% of it's being spent on the police department. However, you know, on the campaign, it was, you know, quality of life, you know, and some other, but you could say the police department entirely is quality of life, but it's up to, you know, council's decision. That's why last time, you know, it was split the 60, 20, 20, but it's up to council to decide how they want to say the money is spent. It doesn't increase the revenues, it doesn't change the numbers we have, it's just how you're allocating it to the programs and services.
So, Ms. Scott, when budgets are being prepared, I'm assuming the 60, 20, 20 are the targets for the various categories. So far, yeah. And so, all right. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments on this? All right, so we will circle back to this and make a decision on it as well, as far as what we're gonna do with that. All right, and then we have the staff report from May the 20th. I think the next thing we probably want to look at is the attachment C, correct? So thank you for the larger version of that, so we can all read it. Is that your ask? All right. So any questions or comments on the city manager's part of this? City Manager Scott, I was under the understanding that downtown security was gonna be $100,000 next year. I thought that's the contract we just approved.
Yes, so if you see the note, I'm sorry to jump in. If you see the note, it says the 162 is the current year
got
amount,
it.
but you see the note in red,
Yes.
all the way to the side, the 100,000 is budgeted in 26, 27.
All right, thank
So
you.
if there's any clarifications to the amounts, you can see on red where we've kind of tried to point out any differences from what's in the amount column.
All right, so then also Townsend Public Affairs, their contract started out lower, and then you're proposing to increase it to 160, or excuse me, 150? Is that correct?
No, it's 150 a year.
It is 150 currently. Oh, that's right, so it was for a partial year
Yes,
before.
that's right.
All right, and then we're also,
I'm just giving total amounts.
right,
But you can see in red what's like a one-time only.
got it.
Yeah.
And then we're also proposing a grant writer that's going to be another
Yes.
175 or so a year, or whatever that is, so.
Yeah.
We're making quite an investment into grant writing or in this area. And so Townsend is more focused on state and federal level, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
They also are grants management and writing as well. So, for instance, like when we had the focus strategies, homeless investments, they would have written the grants. So even Home Key Plus, they were going to prepare their application for us.
so are they on a retainer, or do they charge us per project?
No, it's a retainer, so we
Okay.
get everything, including
It's all
legislative
included.
advocacy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, anything else on the city manager?
I do. Under, and I might be mispronouncing it, David Mansa?
Yes.
Okay, so the question is, the footnote is FY '25 only.
Yeah,
Where's the report?
so it was for, this contract will be encumbered because we haven't started it yet. So it's just a customer service, and like, I have.
So this is, let me just make sure. So this is a 50-year contract, a $50,000 contract, but he hasn't he hasn't begun this, so we're going to encumber the funds?
Yes, that's right.
Do we still need to do it?
Yes.
So, okay, so it begs the question, was approved a year ago, why wasn't,
It wasn't approved yet, it's reset. Yeah.
when
It
did
was
we
just-
approve
It
it?
was just a couple, well, it's under 50,000, so it didn't come to you. So that's probably why you don't have the details, but I can give you the scope of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you move on from my section?
Hmm?
Can you move on?
Anything else? Any other questions? All right. Is everybody sure? I make sure.
But are you doing questions by department, or should we go through each one and you tell us yes
By
or no as we
department.
go through?
By department, and if we have questions, we can ask.
Okay.
Okay. Did you want to do each one?
Well, do you want, because we have it yes or no, whether you want to keep that contract in the budget or not. So we're asking for each specific.
I think they're,
If we don't say no, it means
they're yes
yes.
unless we change something.
Okay.
Economic development,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
So if we go to the line where it says TBD marketing for $259,313, citywide marketing, we currently have a PIO and 2 other agencies doing this work for us. And this money is in addition to that. Seems like we're double funding an effort here. And so I wanted to know if we could take that number, the 259,000, lower to 150K to use towards an incubator program. And then, because I've been already in talks with CalBiz about possible matching to that to help our small businesses. Because I just think this TBD marketing for citywide marketing, we're already doing it, we're already paying for it over on the other side. Why are we holding money on this side for it?
Okay.
I don't mind taking a look at it. I'm not embracing it till I understand more of it.
So basically, we're not reducing the budget, we're just splitting it differently, is what you're saying?
No,
We're
no.
reducing it, but then putting the remainder to a match for GoBiz?
Yeah, I'm just saying, seeing that line, we already have 3 other people doing
Right,
that.
right. I just want to understand, we're not actually reducing the overall budget, we're just
No,
changing the split of it.
her comment is to reduce it.
My comment is to take it out of that altogether, but take 150K of that to use towards the incubator program.
Right, which would still be a general fund expense, so they're not
So it's
saving, you're just allocating.
I'm just reducing it, yes.
No,
So at least by one on that.
she's reducing it from 259,000 to 150, right?
Correct.
So she is reducing it.
I mean, it's up to my other council members, but that's my suggestion, because it just seems like we're double funding.
Can somebody explain the banner program again?
Yes, I'm gonna call Brett Sweet up to
Does it
explain the banner program, explain why the banner program, if there's a difference, that it's also in marketing, and then explain how citywide marketing is broken down to get to the $259,000.
Good evening, Council. So our banner program are the banners that you see when you drive into the city, drive along the downtown. Those have been in disrepair, and they need to be updated. So that's a beautification. That's why they're separated out. So the citywide marketing was an attempt to sort of think about what branding activities that we could do to get people to think differently about Antioch. And so some of that is about getting thought leadership, bringing people who come from media, thinking about looking at magazines that sort of industry leaders are thinking about, and also being able to put our leadership in front of decision makers on the other side of the bay. Who
Isn't that what
might,
our PIO
Yeah.
is doing?
the PIO, I believe, is doing sort of more of a branding activity about quality of life. This is like specific to sort of citywide, why you would want to invest in Antioch and start a business here or move the
And
industry
what
here.
is the answer?
For me, I think we have, obviously, we have 100 acres of industrial land that can be used to build out an entire region. We have some of the most talented workforce in the entire Bay Area. We have affordable housing, and we have great recreation.
Mr. Mayor, I would say that we would delete the $259,000 and wait till we hire, economic development individual. We can come back to revisit, but for the time being, I would reduce the whole thing. The other, with the branding, the citywide banners, this, I think the word is deterioration, removal of street banners. So, I'm not sure what you're doing. Is it gonna cost us $44,000 to take down all the deteriorated banners? I don't know what it's being spent for.
Yeah, remove and replace is what the contract was for.
Okay, just a general comment, if you assume cars are traveling at 35, 40 miles an hour, our banners are very difficult to read. I mean, if you go down Hagenberger Road in Oakland, they're very simple to read. I think that we've missed the boat in trying to put too much on some of our banners because they're meaningless, nobody can read them. So maybe before we go out, once we see the designs, run it by city council to get at least their input on that, because I don't think city council has provided input. The other that I have is the Downtown Business Association. Grant funding for 3 firms at $20,000 each to carry out project designed to enhance economic development. What's the process? I don't get it. What about middle of Antioch? What about southwest Antioch?
That was originally part of my proposal when I came for my budget. It's now pivoted to a citywide.
Yes, this is citywide. Apologies for not making that clear in the description.
Okay, because it just
I
says downtown.
requested that we pivot from it just being downtown to citywide.
I
Because
agree.
I know there are economic development needs in District 2. We have 3 large commercial properties that we need to bring in business and revenue to that area and different areas.
Okay, no,
of the city.
Yeah, and
that's my comment.
Yeah.
It needs to be citywide.
It is
All of our
citywide.
city is hurting.
it is citywide, and Mr. Sweet drafted an RFP that will be going out this week for the 3 awards.
And I'm just curious, the $37,500 for downtown activation, is anything happening with the farmer's market, the artist pop-up, downtown beautification?
Yes. Yes.
The farmer's market is beginning on June 21st, 22nd, and thanks to our assistant city manager and director, Wright, which I think they can give you more information on. So yes, this is all happening, I promise.
Okay.
What is, if I might, through the city manager, what's going on with the RFP that was for the downtown association?
I think they've sort of developed their own downtown association. When they need help, they'll ask us for help, but I don't think they need it right now. And so I think we wanted to do a process and pivot to something where other areas and other providers in Antioch had the ability to sort of show that they could help those areas.
Okay. So
Yeah, the $60,000 got converted to the RFP that's coming out this week for 3 $20,000 grants.
I had a conversation with Debbie and her team. There were a lot of conversations around this issue of forming a business association. They already started the process. They already been engaging the communities. They're already established in the association. I didn't think it made fiscal sense, but also it didn't make sense for the city to implement projects that seem to be duplicative to what's already happening in the city. So the suggested pivot was for the city to look internally on how we, address true economic development. And if these individuals call on us for support, that we would obviously be, available to them, and to pivot it from us getting a consultant that's not necessary, wasting dollars, to move into this grant program that will be citywide instead.
And I just want to say, thank you so much, Councilmember Torres Walker. Citywide marketing, there are specific times that we will need it for sector, getting different sectors, seeing what sectors our time period fits in to actually go out and recruit our sort of woo here. So we should leave something in that, and use our peripheral supports like PIO, and other campaigns. It might, I think 259,000, wow, maybe 100,000 would be helpful, because there are some certain things that we do need, funds for in order to, highlight Antioch.
I understand that, but I think that, we should wait for the community development director. I mean, what's her view? And I'm assuming that a new person will be interacting with clearly staff and the city council, and, this just seems an enormous placeholder without direction.
Yeah, I just think, I'm saying like take it down, but not take it away completely. I think even taking it down to 75 to 100 is a big savings. So we are gonna need some ad space. There's a lot of stuff that we could use with some of the money, so.
Well, Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, just going down quickly, 30,000 for branding, all right, the citywide, but I do emphasize that, the city council needs to see what is being proposed before it actually gets done. We said we're deleting downtown business association and putting citywide on the third one. That's, I think, an improvement. For the citywide marketing, I would reduce it to 75,000, and I would retain the other two, from my perspective. And we're saying, by the way, on the last one, 37.5, the footnote is FY '27 only, so we're using ARPA money in '26, and then the 37.5 is actually in '27.
Yeah, you answered it correctly.
I do have one more. I do have one more question about the two other, outside of our PIO, the two other organizations that help us. I see people, I sleep sometimes, can they come and, what are they doing? Oh,
So there are a couple of communication assets that we have, CoPro Media, the PIO, and Nancy, Aviva, and Weblative. And so there's videos, Celebrate Antioch. There are certain, so yes, we do have some assets that we should probably streamline.
Do we need all of that? I mean, they probably all do good work, but do we need all of them?
That is something that I will ask Mr. Sweet to work with our PIO to streamline.
And don't we have a PIO in the police department? Don't we have somebody who handles media in the police department?
I always look to Captain Bittner. He'll answer all the questions. Sorry.
We have a social media team, who's our dispatch manager, one of our K-9 officers, and some other officers but we don't have a dedicated PIO. We did at one point, but we haven't for the past probably 3 years or so.
I think
you're referring to CoPro, aren't you?
Yeah.
CoPro Media, that's a consultant that we use.
To do what?
To assist us with some of our media, mostly our press releases. So anytime we send anything out to the press, they assist us in that. They also work with the City Hall as well. Just kind of a shared consultant.
Okay, so going back to Councilmember Wilson, it'd be nice to have all of them together and tell us how they all collaborate and function.
And the CoPro Media contract is actually on consent tomorrow's council. So if you have further questions in regards to that, we can probably answer those
Well,
tomorrow.
I think Councilmember Wilson is right. I think that, you know, that we have these people who are working, and from my perspective anyway, I don't know what they're doing.
I think we just never had a centralized process because we just got Cole Media to come over to help the city hall, which has been really going well. And then the PIO was hired. So there is going to be a coordinated effort. There is a social media strategy, a communication strategy. And in some ways, what does that look like if we're going to add economic development and citywide marketing, which is different than media and comms. So, yeah, I think they all work together. So, yeah. It's true.
It's all these names.
Yeah,
I just need, yeah.
Ms. Wilson, it's very confusing to us, I'm sure to the public.
Just to clarify for my own notes, so the question is really about coming back and giving the council a full insight into communication and marketing strategies across the city. Who are we working with? What were their contracts supposed to do? Are there duplicative measures and or not? And then like the ultimate benefit to the city over time.
And do we have consensus to reduce that marketing budget? Councilmember Freitas suggested reducing the 259 down to 75,000. Is there consensus on that, or is there a different amount?
And would it be 75,000 for citywide marketing plus the 70,000 for the banner program? Because it looks like there's different items in here.
The 70,000?
Well, it says fiscal year budget is 70.
But you already have a line, yeah.
Yeah, there's a line item for banner, so is that not within?
Well, the fiscal year 25, that note says it's for fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 25 budget is 70,089, includes the banner program. And then it says 44,061 is for Sierra Display.
So is that $70,000 been spent in this fiscal year for the
If
banners?
somebody keeps, there's a, somebody's shouting answers from the sidelines, I like it. It's like a football.
So what you're saying is that 44,061 is actually combined into the 259,313?
Good evening, council. I'd like to eliminate this a little bit if I could. So the current fiscal year marketing budget is $70,089. Within that is the $44,061 for the banner program. So the remainder, which would be approximately $25,000, is being spent on other marketing efforts. That's the current fiscal year, right?
Stop. Where is the 78,000?
On the notes section, under citywide marketing, in red, you will see proposed increase for fiscal year 26. The fiscal year budget is $70,089.
Oh, so
So-
are you saying the $259,000 is an increase from the 70,000?
That is correct.
Oh.
Yeah, can
so-
I suggest that this section needs to be redone? We have 4 or 5 people engaged in this conversation. Clearly, it's not clear.
Oh, yes, sir.
Please.
The reason that it was displayed this way is because the 259,000 was a significant increase from the 70,000, and not all of that funds have been clearly identified. The direction that was received for this exercise was to list programs as well as contracts. So because we have marketing as a program, and there is a contract that's within that, it was important to list both of those things.
What was the baseline for citywide marketing last year? What was the?
I don't know what it was in the previous fiscal year. In the current fiscal
Right,
year,
do you
it is $70,089.
It was low. Okay, thank you.
And so that's already been spent, that money?
It's been spent or is encumbered, yes.
Okay.
So then, by your note, then the fiscal year 26 budget is basically that 70,000 plus an additional 259,000. So the budget's
It would be
630.
increased from 70,000 to 259,000. So the direction that I heard earlier to keep it at 75,000, that would work for staff. That would largely keep things the way they are now.
Oh, well, there you go.
Look, let's keep it the way it is.
So we are reducing the 259,313 to 75,000.
That's correct.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
Is there agreement?
Which is essentially keeping it the way it is without an increase.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
So no to the increase. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to circle back on the Downtown Business Association and explain how that went from the RFP that we were issuing then to a citywide with grants to three firms for 20,000 each. How's that supposed to work? I mean, we were hiring a firm, right, to do the first one. Now we're giving 3 grants to 3 firms for 20,000 each.
It's not 3 firms, it's 3 applicants. And so I think actually, your comment, Mayor, was that you didn't understand why we were doing the RFP. So I looked into it based on that news article and worked with the economic development to say we shouldn't get in the way of our businesses. If they want to do an association, why would we do our own, downtown business association instead of just offering support or technical assistance? There is a need, though, for some of the businesses and groups to come together and have seed money, things that will actually benefit us. So that would be a part of the citywide downtown activation, citywide marketing. So pivoting to having a grant program to help anyone who wants to assist citywide to bring economic development across the city is beneficial. So we just pivoted to 3 $20,000 grants for individuals, for our groups that can help the city.
So help me with how that would work. I guess I don't understand.
We have an RFP that's being published on Friday that has what we would like and criteria and also outcomes that we'd like to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it'd be important, maybe in the RFP, to actually list it as citywide, Delta, Estates area, downtown
It
area,
is.
mid-Antioch, and
Yes.
southeast
I'm
Antioch.
looking at the drafters, and yes, it is listed as well.
Okay, because I don't want, for us to go ahead and then have 3 of these $20,000 contracts in only one specific area when the need
Right.
is enormous throughout the community.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And we talked to Councilmember Torres Walker about this, which
Yeah.
is why it actually turned into a larger opportunity, bigger bang for our buck with 3 grants at 20,000. So yes, that is the idea.
Yeah, I've been involved in the process. I think I know we want to focus on downtown, like that's been a focus for a lot of people. That's what we always hear. But we have great needs all across the city. And so we decided that the request for proposals would be good with some directives and clear outcomes, so it's just not open-ended. And that whoever get these grants will work closely with the city to make sure that we don't give all 3 grants to 3 people who are only focused on downtown.
All right. So any other comments on or economic development? So 30,000 is okay for branding, 44 for citywide banners. We're saying that's okay, correct? 60,000 for 3 $20,000 grants. $75,000 for the marketing or the citywide marketing, down from 259, which would allow the $70,000. Downtown activation 37.5, and then continuity of Antioch Business Collaborative. That's a 2027 item, so I would like to hold off on that till next year's budget's done. Is that right? Okay, so we're going to hold off on that until next year's budget. You have all that? Okay. Finance, any questions or comments on that? No, that's fine. Information systems. All right, nothing on that. Moving on to community development. Yes.
Could we have a 10-minute break, please?
Okay at that? All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back at 7:50 p.m., please. All right, welcome back from our break. It is now 7:51. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Burnell. Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker?
Present.
Councilmember Freitas?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Here.
Mayor Burnell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right.
Oh, Mayor, I
yes.
did have questions under finance.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go back to finance. First page. Yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
City Manager Scott, can you explain the difference between an independent financial audit and a forensic audit? I know that I, brought to you and we discussed that the city is possibly in need of a forensic audit. Can you explain what the difference is?
Yes, so basically a financial audit is when we go through, and the finance director can speak more to this, but we go through our yearly spending and make sure that our internal controls are in place.
Not only internal controls, but the numbers that we're reporting on the financial statements are accurate. So they're testing to make sure that if we say we have $1 in cash, we really have $1 in cash, and it ties to our bank statement, for example. If we say we have $500,000 in accounts payable due to vendors, they're looking at those invoices to make sure those are, valid invoices. They're looking to see that we've complied with our policies, with our spending. For example, the purchasing policy, if we issued a purchase order, they're looking to see that we comply with the issuance of our purchasing policy to the purchasing ordinance. So anything that we issue on our annual comprehensive financial report, they're validating those numbers, and that we've also done internal controls, as the city manager has mentioned, that, for example, that someone who's entering an invoice for payment is also not approving that invoice for payment. So to make sure that everything is on the up and up, essentially, and that our numbers are valid and accurate.
Thank you so much. Whereas a forensic audit is more of a long-term backwards mapping in terms of an investigatory audit. So basically, it would say, for instance, we could take the example of revenues. It would pinpoint exactly when revenue started to diminish. It would pinpoint exactly when salary savings began, how much, and across what time period. So we'll look for trends and outcomes in terms of our financial health.
Would that audit, it would take us back to show us past to current, but would
Yes.
it also set us up to understand what we need to do moving forward?
Yes. And someone left their very expensive earphone.
Oh,
Here, it looks like a spaceship,
it looked
just in
fancy.
case anyone knows.
Thank you for that explanation. I would,
Yes.
put it, would this fall under finance, or is something that the city manager's office would do?
It would affect finance and be probably project managed by myself under city operations in conjunction with the finance director.
I don't know about everybody else, but I think a forensic audit is also necessary. And I don't really know currently what the cost is, but I think it's definitely something that has helped us understand how we achieve the structural deficit, and how we look back in order to predict how do we move forward with best practices.
Does anybody else think we need a forensic audit?
Before we do that, how much does a forensic audit cost?
It would be probably between $100,000 and $150,000.
I'm absolutely a no on that. As far as spending another $150,000 we don't have, I think it's pretty clear how we got ourselves into this.
No, it's not clear, and I'm not suggesting that that's something we do now. I'm just saying that it's necessary. And it might be, it's clear based on your own narrative of how we got here, but we all have our different narrative of how we got here. But I know, I'm not saying that we will vote to fund it now. I'm just saying that, it's something that I think is necessary.
All right, so we can bring that back at a later date for consideration.
Okay, noted.
All right, on to community development. On the third page, we have 4 contracts. Any comments on these? Seeing none. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I do have, on Tyler Technologies, I mean, non-fund and impacts, on updates to receive, process, and issue the following services and programs, building permits, planning, land use. I'm assuming we have that in place today with this company? How long have they been doing that?
I'm not sure, but I can find out.
Well, again, going through some of the vendors here have been,
We've had Tyler Technologies we used to have CRW for the permitting system, which took care of this. That system became unsupported and was kind of falling apart. So community development over the last about 2.5 years has
Okay.
been implementing the EP and L system. So it's really helped with the permitting and the planning, land use entitlements, and actually the technology fees that we collect in the general fund offset the cost of this.
that's fine, it's just, some of these vendors, they've been here when I was here. And so I think it is healthy to, after 3 to 5 years, to go out to bid and, I know there are exceptions to the rule, but yeah, I think it's healthy for us to go out into bid, see what the world is out there, different vendors, and take a look, see what.
Absolutely,
see
but I
about
will say
reducing-
Tyler Technology is software.
That's
so
fine, I
when
mean,
you,
it's
when you
2.5
change software,
years,
that's it.
that's fine, that's fine.
All right, anything else on community development? All right, Parks and Recreation.
My comment again was to say ditto to my earlier comments. Do we do advertising on some of these printings? So we do generate revenue from outside vendors?
I'm going to call up Director Wright.
Patience. Good evening. May I have the question again?
So this is, I assume these are the guide the material that go out?
Correct.
Do we do advertising? I mean, can people buy advertising?
So that's what we suggested in our presentation, that we will do ad
So
sponsorships, yes.
will we do it this coming fiscal year?
That was going to be the plan, to try to do that, yes.
Okay, I just, again, I mean, council does listen to staff, and I thought it was a good recommendation, and so when I saw it, I thought, well, let's go out and see, about placing ads. I will say one thing, though. There needs to be a written policy about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
Correct.
In this, and so I think it's a policy that should, be drafted and brought to council to have review before we actually implement, because it can get very sticky very fast. But I think we should be selling ads.
On the set aside for repairs, the $200,000, do you know how much we spent this year on repairs so far?
So I've been saving the 200,000 to snowball it into the next 200,000, but I can definitely use it. We have many projects. The idea was to make sure that we start having an account so that we don't always have to come to council and ask when we have like a major repair. So when we have a pump that goes out, the funding's there and we can just replace it versus having the item down for several years.
So then what you're saying is you'll have $400,000 in the 26 budget for this work?
Correct.
Okay. I guess to me, that's a lot of money to have just sitting there, when you could, I know you don't want to come back to us, but we're pretty nice people, I think, and we'll if it's, if it's.
And I will just echo in that the projects that was provided as priority for the water park during the CIP presentation, that is already taken into account without this 200,000 in each year. So with the prior one-time revenue monies and the 200,000 set aside in fiscal year 25, that is adequate for the priority projects on the 28th.
Mr. Wright, I would advise you not to do that in the future. I mean, if you come to council and say, look, I have a need for $400,000 to be financed over a 2-year period of time, it's a policy question. And you should let the council decide if that's a good policy or not. I understand why you did it, I do, and there's more than enough need, and the 400,000 I'm sure will be expended, but holding $200,000 for over a year, you know, is an issue.
That actually was a council policy decision. The prior city council approved to begin setting aside 200,000 a year, starting in fiscal year 25, to build up adequate funds for repair and maintenance
How
at the
much?
water park. 200,000 per year.
To build up to what?
There was no up to, it was just because the facility is
And
so
that's
aging.
my point. You know, there are 3 new members
It
of
was part
council,
of
Right.
you know, and it's like, well, what's the policy?
Right, and so just to speak to that also, so me and Scott have been working on getting bid projects out, getting engineers out, and it is a lengthy process. So I may say that I've been sitting on it and saving it, but it's also about how much we can do with our staffing levels and stuff like that to get these projects that I can't just move on my own. It takes, you know, a whole city and a lot of thought to go in to make sure that we're doing it correctly and we're not just piecemealing it together, so.
Yeah, it's just when the council appropriates money or budgets, we like to know what's happening to it. At least I don't know. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand there was policy, nor was it articulated. I'm just saying, you know, and Lord knows the $400,000 is just a small amount for the need that you have. I'm just suggesting that you might want to approach it differently.
City Manager Scott, is there a way to get a list of policies that the past council or councils have approved so that we can at least be aware of them?
Yes.
I appreciate that, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments about the Parks and Recreation contracts?
Oh, I'm sorry. For, you have, what's the name of it? Lincoln Equipment and Nor,
Correct.
and they're both doing the same thing, it
So-
appears?
It's a variety. So both provide different chemicals. So you have CO2, you have acid, you have different equipment. So these are just a general baseline of what these companies do.
The reason why I raise it, because the narrative says CO2 for
Right.
both of them. So the assumption, well, if you're buying CO2, why don't you combine it and try to get a bigger discount?
And so we are in the process of working with a different vendor. We've been having some issues in terms of language and insurance and contract. That would be air gas. That would save us significantly. We still would need these other companies for other chemicals and other products that are aquatic.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else on Parks and Recreation? Okay, so everybody is good with all these numbers that are shown here? Yes? All right, Police Department.
I just need to understand, what is the BWC? First, what is it?
Can you
Oh,
come up
body
to the
cam, okay.
microphone? Is that okay?
You don't have to come up, I
Okay.
just needed to understand what it was.
Any other questions? I guess one question that just kind of jumped out, the Verizon for 150,000 for cell service and modems for patrol vehicles. Do you guys bid that out, or to see if there's a better price, or is that something that's kind of stick with the same vendor?
Yeah, we've used Verizon for quite some time. That it's probably been some years, but there was a study done to see who had the best coverage throughout town, and it was Verizon. But we now actually have redundant service, so in each patrol car, we have a Verizon cell service as well as FirstNet, which is AT&T. Just in case one goes down, we have a redundant system. Plus our in-car cameras and the modems for the modem for the MBARs, the mobile video recorder, and then also our computers use different cell service. So,
All right. Is that a best practice to have two cell service providers?
yes, yeah, to have redundancy there. And also allows our officers to remove the tablets that are in the car. So that the tablets that run the computer system and the Intel system and the dispatch system, it has a built-in cell card or air card, so they can pull those out of the car, take them into, you know, hospitals, buildings to do their paperwork and so forth. And while they do that, there's a second cell service that then runs the cameras that are in the car.
All right.
There is, the question is WBA consultants for $450,000. I was surprised to see this. We've hired the chief of police. We provided $400,000 for a transition between Chief Addington and Chief Hill. We settled the federal DOJ. $450,000 is more than we will be paying a permanent chief of police with benefits. So frankly, at this point, while having Chief Addington would be nice, I don't see the reason why we have to have him with all the actions that we've taken so far.
Yeah, and Mr. Freitas, I believe that's a typo. I have 225 for his contract on my notes, but I know it does say
Well, the
450 here.
225 is for 6 months.
Yeah, it is for an extra
so
year.
the 450
Okay.
was for an entire year.
And yeah, and I think that we can revisit this, but there is still, there's 2 captains that are down, so there's an executive leadership vacuum still. Also, we're still dealing with 2 investigations, Cal DOJ, and a class action lawsuit, so.
Okay, I understand, but frankly, I'm not supportive of this. So I just want you to know, I would be voting against this. I don't think it's appropriate.
All right. Any other questions or comments on the police department contracts? All right, so is everybody okay with everything except for the WBA consultants contract, and then we'll address that one separately? So is everything else okay?
What would be the challenges? Like, is there any potential challenges in the that the police department could face by not having this? I mean, we are facing another stipulated agreement, right?
2, yes.
2 additional stipulated
Yeah.
agreements. We already signed one. There are 2 coming, as well as the civil suit,
Right, and we can bring this back.
I think we should understand that, because most people believed that the stipulated agreement we under was the only one.
I don't know who those people are.
No, I'm just saying the public doesn't know. And the implications of 2 additional stipulated agreements. We might know up here at the dais, but the public don't know that we still facing 2 additional potential, like, oversights, as well as this large civil suit. So
I would just
maybe
add
it will
that-
be, can we get a update to kind of understand what is this space feeling, this contract?
Sure.
And with everything that's coming, staffing levels and the needs of the department, like, how can it be supplemented so that the contract isn't necessary?
Yeah, my only question to add to that was the amount of the contract, because I think there's, it says 450, I think I heard you say 225, and I know we took some action previously, I believe, on this contract. So just to clarify what the dollar amount is, and as Councilmember Torres Walker stated, what's the impact with or without? I mean, what services, what does this help us accomplish with the goal, with the DOJ and police reform?
I would like to see it tabled.
To see that this particular item tabled? Okay. I mean, is this request different than the contract that we just approved? We just approved an extension of WBA, didn't we? Yeah. Is that part of this money that we're talking about here, or is this other? money?
Yeah, I believe so. I know initially, I think the initial contract was 225 for a 6-month period. That's what I have noted here. Then I think there was a extension that was.
So we already approved that. We voted and approved it. No, I know, so.
Yeah.
So
Well, there was 225 and would be 6 months of the contract. It was in the budget built in to do it for a full year. That's why the 450, so 2 6-month periods. So if council wants to reduce it to the 225 through December 31st and then revisit extending it beyond that, we can.
I
handle it
think
that
maybe
way.
we need a history of this contract.
Well, as Ms. Torres-Walker mentioned, there's still a lot of unknowns. So we have a federal DOJ agreement which is set, which I know the consultant spent a lot of time working on that. We have a current agreement that we're working on now that's still not set yet, and then a possible third one with Cal DOJ. And I know the consulting group does a lot of work, and it's going to do a lot of work with those agreements that are still up in the air. And then we have our consultant that is per the federal DOJ agreement, which he hasn't started yet. He doesn't start till July 1. So there's going to be some time to get him up to speed and so forth. So there's still a lot of unknowns.
Okay, so we can bring this back and revisit it. So everything except for that item, do we have consensus on?
But I just want to be clear how I'm treating this in the budget that's brought back. Am I just putting in the 225 that was already approved and revisit? Am I zeroing, what am I doing for the numbers? Because I know you want to revisit it, but.
I think it's
Well-
zero until you come back and get direction from the council.
I guess the question is, we had a contract, and then we voted to extend the contract. So
6 months, right?
so the total amount that was already approved for the contract, is this for?
Yeah, it's for, I believe, the next 6 months, so.
Would be 225.
And so
Yeah.
now
225.
we're
Seems to be
saying
some
that we
uncertainty.
want
I'd
to
like to
come
see-
back
I'd
and
like to see-
revisit the contract, right?
I'd like to see dates and times and where we're at today. Because I read this as a $450,000 contract for the beginning of the fiscal year. So it's not clear, and I want to be clear.
Yeah, that makes sense. As far as I understand, it's 225 for 6 months in the past fiscal, and then starting July 1, another 225. That's how I understand it, but we'll clarify that.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that, you can, so if you could clarify that for us, please, and then we can give direction on it. Further direction on it than we already have. All right, that finishes up police. Public safety and community resources.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Torres-Walker.
Yeah, so, I did have a discussion with the city manager about this because I was a little confused. So for, the consultant for a community assessment, I have been in conversation with Hope and Healing Fund, who I was under the assumption that we granted that, that contract was granted to actually do this very critical assessment already, and so I'm not understanding why is this duplicative? Is this the Hope and Healing Fund contract? I don't understand. So when I marked it, I felt that it wasn't needed because we already have somebody under contract unless this is those individuals. Related to St. Vincent de Paul, we just went through the CDBG Community Development Block Grant allocation process. And there are already funds in CDBG for rental assistance and eviction assistance. So how is this different from that? Just so we not duplicating efforts in the city. The CalVIP grant writer, I believe the city manager is working right now to bring someone in to support with CalVIP. So I don't understand why we would also need a grant writer when we are already bringing somebody in. And then I didn't understand the staffing training for youth development. So if you want to kind of.
Yes, good evening, council. Good evening, Mayor. The community assessment, 75,000 is the Hope and Heal Fund.
Great.
This is unencumbered, so we're in the process of signatures right now. For St. Vincent de Paul, CDBG could not fund this emergency rental assistance, so the ask was for through December of 25 to be able to fund, because usually the Antioch Parish was the one that administered those funds to the residents who were experiencing some emergency and crisis and were facing eviction. For the grant writer CalVIP, because we're entering into cohort 5, I've been in conversations with several organizations of how we can maybe do some micro grants and the strategy that we wanted to use moving forward, meaning whether we were going to continue to, we wanted to do Peacemaker Fellowship, also combined with some hospital-based work. I wasn't aware that there was anything else happening other than that. This application is due August 18th. We were going to partner with Contra Costa Health Services, and we were trying to submit by the beginning of August. For the staff training, these staff trainings are already happening. This is just unencumbered. We were waiting for some signatures. And the purpose of this is we partnered with some Parks and Recreation staff as well as public safety so that we can provide, we had some instances during some of our events. We have the free teen skate, the free pool party, the free movie, and I think it's important for everyone to be trained when it comes to trauma-informed responses and how science leads behavior. So that's what that training is for.
Is this like related to the incident where if you, I mean, I'm assuming parents sign a release of liability and everything like that when we take young people off anywhere, but then you're saying that training is needed to mitigate incidents?
Yes, and I think that what was happening, like for example, we had a teen movie night and teens start to act rowdy. Some of the staff didn't feel comfortable with situations that arose. So I think something that should be continuous within the city of Antioch, not just in this department or division, is continuous professional development with the community and the residents that we engage with every day.
And I just want to reiterate that for the CalVIP grant, when we talked last week, I said I was going to bring in a consultant for public safety. So that person has subject matter expertise to do this. So this could be eliminated.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Whatever, I have a question.
Yes.
One question I have is to St. Vincent de Paul. Councilmember Torres Walker and I, which we've stated before, are working on the CDBG. We did the recent rankings of the applications and so forth. And as I stated earlier in this meeting, there seems to be a funding available through the CDBG in support of rental assistance, et cetera. So I would think that we should be able to, through our CDBG funding that we just met with, it's coming to council for review and support and approval. But I think the St. Vincent de Paul emergency rental assistance of 40,000, which would come from general fund, could be offset through CDBG funding. I'd like to look into seeing what we can do there.
I see some no nods.
I was under the impression that it could not be funded. These was conversations that I had with Teresa House, who is our CDBG consultant, which is why we moved forward with using some of the homeless services line in our unhoused residents budget. to cover that. But I can come back and get some more information from
Yeah, well,
Teresa.
I don't have it in front of me, but I know that we did approve the application from St. Vincent de Paul, and we did have some other funds that were available for us to support other programs, and I wasn't aware of this particular issue. So I don't know if this 40,000 that's coming up from emergency rental assistance is after our meeting that we had last Wednesday when we did some rankings, and was this an outlier in some way that we weren't aware of, or?
I think it's a good question. I know that the finance director and I have been surprised to see it as well. We don't know.
Because to me, when we have, like I stated earlier, we have, a pretty significant amount of funds
Right.
readily still available
Right.
that haven't been spent down, and we have a deadline of April of 2026.
Right.
And I don't know the ins and outs of every guideline or regulation, but I would like to know if potentially that 40,000 could be covered through the CDBG funding or housing successor funds instead of through
Sure.
general fund.
So can we hold off on this one then?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem because we just went through the CDBG process, and there are a handful of organizations that are funded to do this exact same rental assistance. So I think it would just be maybe city manager and is it Ms. Cabral? What do you prefer?
You can call me Montserrat.
I don't know how professional y'all want me to be up here. I'm tired. Montserrat. If it would be possible for y'all to have a conversation with Terry, but I think that I agree that we fund these projects already robustly at the CDBG level, so I don't really know if I support this right now without understanding.
In the event that CDBG doesn't cover or can't do it, do we have authorization to move forward with that?
Bring it back.
I think we should put it on hold. Understand the rental assistance programs that are already gonna be funded through CDBG and what the differences, the difference in service are.
Yes, okay, we'll bring it back.
Yeah, cause there are already a handful of organizations that are gonna be funded through CDBG to do rental assistance. And if we're funding it through CDBG, why would we duplicate efforts through the general fund is the concern I'm questioning.
So Montserrat, we'll just work with Terry to ask what the list is.
Absolutely.
And we can just bring it back when we bring the supplemental chart back.
Is this a contract we currently have with St. Vincent de Paul, or is
No.
this new?
It's
No,
new.
it's new.
Okay, and you mentioned this was for 6 months, so a year would be $80,000, is that correct?
No, this 40,000 would take us through emergency rental assistance through December, but it's just 40. And the idea was that we would use housing successor funds if they maintained compliance with our city reporting requirements.
Okay, okay, understood. So it'll come back with more explanations. Thank you. Yes, Mayor Fred?
What Julie has just shared with me is that the reason why we wouldn't be able to do it through CDBG is because it triggers the public service cap.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have already deliberated the service cap, and within that service cap, there is rental assistance programs that exist already. And so I think that's why I'm trying to say,
Yeah, I think it needs to be
why
brought
would
back,
we
yeah.
do?
Yeah, it needs to go back for review, because we just went, and it's not final. We've made some recommendations,
Right.
but the council hasn't
We
reviewed and
can
approved
come back
it.
at any
Yeah.
time. I'm just saying that we are already funding this type of program. And I don't know if we want to pull on the general fund to duplicate efforts. And I'm not sure how it's different from the services, the rental assistance services that we've already deliberated on at the level of the CDBG. That's all I'm saying.
Understood. Thank you.
So, City Manager Scott, when does the CDBG come back to us for approval? Or come to us?
I'm looking at the mayor pro tem and
I
council
think we
member.
have one more meeting, right?
one more meeting.
Yeah,
I want to say it's the 24th.
I wanna say it's a lot of meetings.
I want to say June,
but
I think it's by June 20,
it gotta be due, it gotta come to this
Yeah.
council for approval,
yeah. I want to say it's the 24th. Is
the
that it?
20, the
Do we have a
20,
meeting on the 24th?
Yeah, we do.
yeah, on the
Yes.
24th. So
That's in
this
my
council
mind,
needs
yeah.
to
Yeah.
approve by the 24th.
Yeah.
But we have another CDBG meeting on the 18th to finalize our deliberation.
True. Yeah, and so the reason why I think that's important, what you just said, is we still have time to look and see what we're supporting for rental assistance and see if we may have missed something. But if we're already have allocated funds to do this work, I don't know why this is coming forward
Yeah.
through general fund, when we've just gone through an exhaustive process of looking at all kinds of applications. And so, I would have it brought back for us to review when we go to vote on approval of the CDBG budget and housing successor.
Thank you. Yes.
So I just want a clarification on the community assessment and the staff training. I thought I heard you say it's unencumbered. So is it money in fiscal year 25 that we're moving into 26?
No, it is currently in fiscal year 25 unencumbered, meaning that the contracts are out at City Hall for signing.
So if that's true, then we can delete these two?
I mean, delete them.
Delete them,
think-
because you're gonna have you're gonna have these contracts that have been this is in the middle of June. You're
Right.
gonna have these two contracts executed.
Right.
So I'm assuming that if that's true, they will be operative in fiscal
Yes.
year 26, so we
No.
don't need these two items.
No.
I think you said that the trainings are currently happening.
Confusing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is there a-
she did mention that the
Is there a
trainings are already
contract
happening.
and a PO that they're being paid against?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say they're oh God, I don't want there. I want to know, girl. And so when you say they're unencumbered, I think I'm confused about
Yeah,
that.
the word unencumbered means that
Meaning that
you're
there's-
going to enter into a contract.
Correct.
But because there's only 2 weeks left of the month, it's really gonna be operational in fiscal year 26. So why are you asking for it again?
Well, for example, the Hope and Heal Fund for Community Assessment began in April. Because of the nature, the way it moved is that the fragility of the program needed the community assessment, so we needed to move forward with it. In the middle of all that, council approved their contract. And then we came back to council when there was a change in the fiscal agent. So right now, that's being sent to City Hall for signatures.
How
So
much
when-
is the contract?
75,000.
Okay, so you're gonna spend some of it in this fiscal year, but you're not gonna need $75,000 in fiscal year in fiscal year 25.
Is 75,000 also budgeted? I think what he's getting at is our 75,000 budgeted in fiscal year 26?
No.
Or is this just the amount of fiscal year 25? Whatever's unspent is gonna be, on a purchase order, and then we'll ask council to reappropriate that into fiscal year
Correct.
26.
So we can't eliminate, because these,
Right, this one you can't eliminate.
So it's
yeah,
already-
so this,
it's
we
already
can
accounted for, is what
eliminate
you're
the
saying.
$75,000. And the one on staff training, it sounded like the same
Yeah, it's already accounted for,
situation.
yeah.
Correct.
So we can eliminate the 25.
We cannot because it's already accounted for, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, so basically it wasn't a choice. There was no yes, no. We're already spending it. We're already spending it down.
Yeah, but she's already spending some in community assessment too.
I think the point
She's
is, this
being
isn't gonna be on the 26 or 27 budgets.
No, it's not.
So if it's not gonna, because these are
No, I
contracts
know,
for
for
fiscal year
25.
These are 25 contracts that were not
I
promised to anyone.
understand that, but when we're looking at these contracts, they're for fiscal year 26 or 27.
Yes.
These are gonna be carryovers. They're gonna be encumbered. Going back to Ms. Merchant, when, I forget what it was, 5 million, some odd thousand, those are encumbered monies, so I'm assuming these contracts, that the portion that has not been spent will be encumbered.
Correct.
So
Yes,
we
that is
don't
correct.
need these two items on here.
Got it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
See, y'all want to take the long way around. I just, I don't
The,
understand.
the other, I mean, since we're dealing with this division, is there anything?
Thank you so
for-
much, Montserrat. Thank you.
Is there anything for environmental services? I mean, there is, okay.
We didn't get a chart, so you weren't on the email asking for all of your contracts and asked for 2026. I know there was.
That's because the ask for the contracts was for general fund, and the majority of environmental resources work is not in the general fund, and all of our current contracts are within primarily franchise fees.
Okay.
So our main ask, which has been on things in general, is for our climate and energy efficiency fund.
Is that general fund? Oh, so it's not general fund.
No, the 3112535, our climate and energy efficiency fund, has been funded previously through some rebates and such that have been deposited into that account to be used for climate and energy. The city has not been doing any energy efficiency projects lately that we can put into rebates, or that the rebates have been going on, so we do not have a funding source for our climate and energy work to implement our CARP, our Climate Action and Resilience Plan. We are asking for a meager $60,000 a year to dedicate to climate and energy.
From the general fund?
From the general fund, yes.
Well, that was gonna be my question, because when I read it, I was reading
Well-
about the dollar amount. It was, I think it was 400,000, I think you just spoke to.
You're talking about the franchise
Yeah,
fees.
that's the
So out of the $3.6 million that the city gets in franchise fees from Republic Services for the service that they provide to our community, we get historically significantly less than the $3.6 million.
But the ask from general fund is 60,000 to continue climate work and increase community participation in existing programs?
Exactly. And that's not solid waste related. That's energy efficiency, reduction in vehicle miles traveled. Really, we want to be focusing on our environmental justice communities and working on lowering utility burden for those in lower incomes. So we're working on trying to promote some of our rebate programs, looking in what our burden is for folks to participate in those programs and whether or not we can provide incentives. Some of the stuff that was mentioned in possible ways of funding outside the general fund, I understand at the last meeting where it was discussed, there was concern about whether or not they could be used. I had suggested using potentially gas tax because it's a transportation related thing. Also trying to get, people on bikes and everything. If we don't have improved, we got to work on the roads and stuff like that. Water conservation as well. A third of the electricity consumed in the state is related to treating, heating, or conveying of our tap water. So there is any reductions in water conservation or any reduce in water saves energy as well. If we have to for the next couple of years, there is the Marsh Landing Mitigation Fund, which for every $1,000 that we spend out of that fund, we have to show a unit or 100 cubic feet of water saved. So if we were to go that way with climate for the next 2 years, the focus would be on water conservation because we have to document that. That's mitigation by the CEC or the CPUC? CEC, for Marsh Landing plant using treated water in their cooling towers.
And just to be clear, the 60,000 is not included in the draft general fund budget. It was one of the items on May 20th that was requested as a follow-up item. If, city council funding, and it laid out the general fund, gas tax, water fund, and the Marsh Landing, and the city attorney had said it would not be a proper use of the water fund. So then it was, to discuss the item later. So it's not in the general fund numbers. So if council had consensus for it, we'd have to add that to the general fund expenditure numbers.
So it's not in now?
No.
Your comment about not getting the money from Republic?
Oh, the city gets the money from Republic. They get $3.6 million a year.
Okay, so what was your comment then?
My comment is that at that, since the recession up until this current budget cycle, environmental resources for solid waste reduction has received $160,000 a year of that now $3.6 million annually. In 2008, we received over $400,000 of the $1.6 million that used to be collected. We are begging to have an adequate amount so that we can implement all of the SB 1383 requirements and other things for the city. We have not been returned to pre-recession staffing, or we just got returned to pre-recession staffing levels, and we are not returned to pre-recession funding levels in environmental resources.
With the request for the $60,000, I'm not prepared to say yes or no. I just need to see the proposal.
I'm sorry, but the proposal is.
Julie, I need to see all the written, not verbal, I want it in writing.
Well, but so I want clarification on what it is that you want in writing,
I want
because.
to know what you're going to spend $60,000 on, and how are we going to measure success or failure? So without that, I'm a no vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I think we're all right.
No, thank you.
Can I get just some clarification? So does that mean we're gonna get a plan? The specifics around the $60,000. I'm just trying to understand, because we're required to do certain things under environmental justice. And so right now, what I'm understanding is it is a no until something is presented.
From me.
Councilmember Freitas.
But
Is that what everybody?
my
No,
que-
I'm just trying to
Yeah, but my comment
understand
is-
the
my
next
com-
step wasn't clear.
But
so
my
I'm just
comment
trying
is
to
it's not
understand.
in the budget.
Huh?
It's not in here. It's
No,
not in
no,
our,
I know it's not in
Okay.
here. We all have the same document. I guess I'm asking about the direction to staff, because we know that it's not in here. We know that there's a $60,000 annual request. We know there are certain things that we legally obligated to do around environmental justice in the city.
And the climate action plan.
And the climate action, and what I'm asking is the direction of Councilmember Freitas to staff, because I need to understand what the next steps are, is to bring back a plan with the budgeted amount.
So is there consensus to bring back a plan, or?
well, to Councilmember Torres Walker's comments right now, and I think Monica was also saying something. I want to know about the regulations, the requirements, and are we meeting them or not?
Yeah.
I think that's what Councilman Freitas was alluding to. In writing, are we meeting the requirements, yes or no? If we're not, then we obviously need to have this come back for us to make a decision, so we are in compliance. But not knowing that, it's kind of really a gray area for us to really go any further tonight.
That's why my question was, what direction are we giving to staff so that could come back in a way that we all want to review it so that we can move forward?
So, Councilmember Freitas, do you want to reiterate your request so we can decide how we want to go forward with it?
This item needs to come back again. This item needs to come back, the request needs to come back, and it needs to articulate, what the funds are going to be spent on. And if it's regulatory, then you need to articulate that. And I want to know how you measure success. Are we just throwing money, or are we doing something positive that you can measure and see that it's been successful in the community?
Okay, so do we have consensus to bring something back?
Can I just interject a little bit on the regulatory issue? This is not any regulatory work. The Climate Action and Resilience Plan is a non-binding document. It is what we are doing to try and use CDBG funds for resilience. It is our plan of how we can fund, or how we can move forward to be a more resilient community. It is not a requirement of anybody. It is us caring for future generations and making Antioch a sustainable community. And it's a small amount. The reason that there isn't a set plan is, for one, we don't know what our funding parameters would be. So if I was gonna have to use marsh landing mitigation funds, it would be an entire plan on water conservation, because I have to show that there. I also, the general plan is to try and partner with other agencies and to work on not reinventing the wheel and duplicate and assist with other programs. So there isn't a set, we're gonna spend $60,000 on this. What the budget was that was submitted for, in the original budget submission process involved part-time staff to help with our outreach and engagement, because it takes at least 2 people to do an outreach event, right? We need to have at least somebody to stay at the table while somebody has to go to the bathroom and things like that. Not to mention the fact that setting up and tearing down outreach booths is at least a 2-person job. It's just safety. So to try and get part-time staff to help us with that outreach and engagement. So that is a portion of what the 60,000 is for. The other portion would be to partner with other organizations and groups to increase participation in existing programs. So I can get more of that, but it depends on what our funding source is. And
Okay, so is there consensus we want to have something come back? Yeah.
so
okay.
when are we thinking this is gonna come back? Is this gonna be an after the budget is approved thing?
When would you like this to come back?
When you deem it appropriate,
Thank you.
from my perspective.
All right, so on the public safety and community resources, the community assessments eliminated, correct? Emergency rental assistance, we're gonna wait and see what CDBG is doing, so we're not gonna potentially duplicate that. The CalVIP grant writer, we're eliminating that as well, correct? City Manager Scott, yes? The CalVIP grant writer?
Yes, that's eliminated.
Okay, so we have the data management for 35,000, and then the staff training we're eliminating as well. So I guess we're just asking about the data management.
I think it's not eliminated. I think the only thing that we're not going to do is the Cal VIP grant writer. The other things are,
I thought the staff
they just
training
didn't
was
need to be on the
already.
list. It's already in motion. It
Yeah,
didn't
it's
need
already
to
in
be-
motion, so,
Yeah, so-
yeah, that's my point. When I say eliminated,
Sorry,
it's not,
potato,
it's not going,
potatoes.
no, that's fine, it's just
Just
not
have to
going
make
forward to
sure.
26, 27.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there consensus on that? Yes? All right, human resources,
I have a couple questions,
yes?
or observations, actually. So this area I had some questions and had to learn a lot about, so just bear with me on this one. So under the consulting services, for the updating of personnel rules and policies, I did learn the last time we updated those were in 1978.
Sorry, just tell me to go home.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Cortez. And first of all, thank you for your hard work.
I was in the 11th grade.
I was 10.
Good evening.
When we were in But first of all, Ms. Cortez, thank you for the hard work that you're doing in HR.
Thank you, Council.
So yeah, from what I understand, the last time they were updated was in 1978?
1978, yes.
Wow.
They were created in 1975, and they were last updated in 1978.
Oh, wow. And then our MOUs are outdated as well?
No, so we have some that, we have the tentative agreement, but the MOUs, we do need to update all the language in the MOUs as well.
Okay. City Mayor, can we work on that,
Yes.
please?
Yes.
Yes.
Can
That
we
is our
work on
plan,
that?
yes.
And then my second thing, and I just learned this, so please correct me if I'm wrong. So so we're under a municipal pooling, correct?
Correct.
And what I understand is this pooling already pays into and covers consultants and technical assistance to make sure that our policies are current, and we're using best practices in recruitment and hiring, et cetera. Why aren't we're not using that funding? Are we're double funding, it sounds like.
They provide $2,500 towards some of that.
Is 2,500?
Yes. So we, what they do offer is some resources, but they put together templates, and we still would have to put a lot of the work in and updating all those policies. So what they offer a lot is more the resources for us to try to use that. If we wanted to use consultants, then we would have to pay for it out of our own.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I understood that, because I'm like, if they were offering that, why are we paying for it if this is something that they're offering? But we're taking advantage of all the resources that they're offering, correct?
We do yes, we do, because they offer the $2,500 either for updating policies or for any trainings for staff, and that's what we've been utilizing for a lot of the training for staff. So we do use that as well.
Okay, that was my biggest question, if we were utilizing that, but We have been, or has we just recently started utilizing this?
I can just speak from the time that I've been here for about 2.5 years in that role, and yes, I've been utilizing those funds.
Okay, that was my only question. I understand Ms. Fitzer is doing a good job of updating
Yes,
these personnel, but
yes.
when I heard 1978, I just wanted to confirm that was correct.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Human Resources? No? Okay, so we're all in agreement with the 3 items, yes? Okay. Moving on to City Clerk. Any questions about those 2?
I just didn't understand to be established. I thought this was a priority, that we were trying to move this
Yes, we are.
expeditiously.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
And one of the things I will say from the note is we do need to update the records retention schedule. So even if we had everything in place today, we still couldn't get rid of anything until it's updated per the 2008 schedule. So.
All right. Thank you. On to Public Works. First page here, Streets Division, street signals and street lights. Facilities.
I have
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
question for Director Bunting. I'm just going to ask. I was going to wait till he got up here.
Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. So this is a long list, and I know it's a lot of hard work going into it. I know you guys are working really hard. Of all these projects, are there any that we can hold off on, or?
So what you're looking at right now is the number of contractors that are used for various items of work. They're all necessary for us to continue with our work. I would suggest that they all move forward. They are necessary for us to do the work. If you have anything individually, we can answer the questions.
Okay. And then, no, I'm going to leave my question at that for now. Okay, I was just wanted to ask.
Any other?
The only other comment to that would be, so when I see the red tags of fiscal year 27 only, so those items from Honeywell, that starts at 25,000, all those 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 4 items, or for 2027, not 2026, correct?
Yes, sir. Those were items that were on there when we were looking at a 2-year budget. Since we're only doing a single-year budget, it was called out that those only will be for fiscal year 27.
Okay.
One more question, I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Where it says CIP projects, there's a bunch of, so all these, to be determined, it says, budget no activity since 2023, money could be returned to general fund. So this 39,977, the 47,117, all the way down to the 1.4, that can all go back to general fund?
Yes, ma'am. These were all things that we discussed previously, I believe.
Okay, so all that can go back, okay, that's where I wanted, some
Wait, I take that back. The last item on the list was not discussed to be rolled back, the remodel of City Hall.
Well, none of these, so I had added the 39,000, the 47,000, and the 46,000, and the citywide signage, because those are all in the fiscal year 25 budget. So in the discussion for the CIP, it was looking at fiscal year 26 and beyond. So, I made the notation on the Rivertown landmark signs that nothing's been done since 2023. That's in the fiscal year 25 budget. So that could be returned to the general fund when I'm seeing it sitting there. But of course, we want to have the Public Works Director weigh in on it. Same with the restoration of public fountains. We did talk about the City Hall remodel. We talked about how we thought it was important to have the City Hall, looking consistent and a place where our employees fit and are happy to come to work. And it was also brought up of, yes, but we're looking at a large deficit, so that's why that's on here, so.
Yeah, if I could do that. I misspoke. The last sentence, I was assuming that these were within the public art and some of these other things we had discussed to remove. These other items we did discuss in terms of the landmark signs and the wayfinding. That is something that we are in the works of doing right now. Hopefully we can continue to do that work. The restoration of public fountains, there is a small bit of money in there. There is a number of fountains. There is money that we could use. For the best of my knowledge, that money could be rolled back and we could use it, maintenance money in some other fashion. Public art, again, like I spoke about, was something that, depending on the council's wishes, we could hold off on. The fourth item on that list is the wayfinding, the signage, citywide signage program. That, in conjunction with the first item, is our wayfinding program currently that we're under design to look at putting the wayfinding, or at least signage at our parks. And then the last item is the remodel, or the continuation of the remodel of City Hall that was started a number of years. Actually started with the remodel of this facility as well as the first and third floors here at City Hall. The hope is that we can continue with that work. So that's where I stand on those particular projects. As the director was stating, there was a few items that we did discuss during the CIP that could be removed that weren't in progress, but the ones I just spoke of, I would suggest that we continue to fund.
Oh, so it's continue, okay, where it says return to, so the ones that Director Merchant just talked about, you say you do need those funds.
Sure, there's some of these things that they're minor when we're looking at wayfind, or we're looking at space planning. So we do have consultants on board that we are utilizing to do the planning for, say, the City Hall remodel. We have consultants on board that we've utilized to do the literature that gave us the wayfinding schedule that we have, but we're still utilizing that and drawing up the plans and specs for the project to go. So they're actually in the works. They're projects that I feel are good for the city. Hopefully we can move forward with them.
On the item restoration of public art, are we currently trying to repair or replace the statue that got stolen out there on Lone Tree?
So currently we removed what was still there, and we have that. We haven't moved forward with the repair or replacement of the items that were vandalized.
All right. Could we get a cost or at least an estimate on what that would cost, just in case we decide we want to try to replace that?
We can definitely look into that.
Do you know if insurance covers things like that for us if something gets stolen, like a piece of public art? Have we ever tried to file a claim?
I don't know. I believe that the last time that particular piece was damaged, it was not a insurance claim that fixed it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments on the Public Works?
So, Mr. Mayor, on the CIP projects, we're not eliminating any? I just want to be clear. Yes, no?
There were items that were called out during the CIP or my presentation that were going to be removed from the general fund. What you're looking at right now.
The 5 that are listed, which ones are not, should we eliminate? Any?
In my opinion, well, we had talked about the public art being one that could possibly be removed. The fountain restoration, the public fountain or the Leo Fontana fountain is done at this point, but any other public fountains, that money could be removed from the CIP and utilized in a maintenance fashion. But I would definitely keep the Rivertown landmark sign, as well as the citywide signage and the City Hall renovations.
I'm fine with all 5 of them, but, I mean, the problem is the restoration of the public art. I mean, I think that we should have it repaired and maybe make a different decision, but that was paid by developers.
The other option is if this item is removed and we do move forward to get a quote, we could come back to council with that actual quote to see whether there was a desire to fix it at that time.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think it was about $25,000 to repair a hand that was missing, so the whole statue's probably going to be pretty pricey. But yeah, at least it'd be good for us to know what that would be.
Okay.
Hi. Can you help me understand the difference between the archway that says Rivertown and the Rivertown landmark sign?
So, kind of one and the same. When we did our wayfinding magazine, there was an arch, and there was also some other pieces of art that were going to be placed further down on 2nd Street and some other areas. So there was more than just the arch that was kind of slotted to be downtown. Currently, not really moving forward with that particular design. We're looking to roll the money in. There's a lot of parks, a lot of that signage is in bad shape to move forward with the work at the parks, not forgetting about the fact that there was other stuff slotted for downtown. But with the archway in here, the thought was that that money could be spread around the city moving into these parks.
So this 39,000 plus is really gonna be rolled over into signage for parks?
It would be rolled over, it would be the citywide signage project that you see there in combination with that project. That's what's going to be, or what is proposed to be put together for the funding for the signage at our parks.
So it would be added to the 377 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have a question, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
I live over near Chichibou Park, and they have a really nice sign. Is that the sign you're talking about?
Similar. The sign that's there is a little bit different. It does have some Japanese words on it because of the sister city park that we have, but very similar to what you're seeing there. That's what all the entry part or the main sign at the parks will look like.
So this would put signage up at all of the parks in the city?
We'll do as best we can. We need to do a takeoff to see how far the money will go, but that is the intent, to change over the park signs to our newer models.
One sign in particular that I'm interested in knowing more about is there used to be, I believe at the community park on James Dolan, Worth Shaw's name, who was a legend in this community. Whatever happened to that sign, or will that sign be replaced as part of this project?
Yes, sir. That's one of the signs that we've heard, both the city park as well as Warshaw Community Park. Those are signs that will go out and will be slotted to get replaced soon, like towards the beginning of the project.
Okay, I support that. Thank you.
Could we get a schedule of like all the signs and what the priority is, so we can maybe weigh in on that, as opposed to, kind of see what we wanna see as a
Within the
priority?
parks or
Just
all
this
of them?
citywide, I mean, whatever the project looks like currently, so I know 400,000 is not gonna be enough to go that far, but as far as where the next sign would be or what your priorities are, so that maybe we can help inform that as a
Yes.
council?
That would not be a problem. Like I say, we're in the works, we're in the midst of putting it together right now. We can see what we can go, how far we can go after we do the takeoff of the number of signs on the park and present that, or at least let you guys be aware of the direction that we think we should go.
All right, so is council in agreement with the Public Works contracts, including taking the $40,000 from the landmark signs and rolling it into the citywide signage program, which would give it about $417,000 or so? Change, yes? Yes? Okay. We have consensus on that. All right, we have made it, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott. We've made it through this list. All right, so we've made it through the list of projects. Didn't have anything there.
So the net savings, because of course adding in the 2 buyers from the action so far, which is the reducing the home key budget, adding 2 buyers, reducing the marketing budget, removing the CalVIP grant writer, and removing St. Vincent de Paul, is $1,473,047.
So we're down to about 15 million.
So then if we take that number from our minus 14,691, 719, so that makes the deficit number then 13,218,672 versus the 14.7.
All right. So what I'd like to open it up now to is if any of the council members have any ideas they would like to recommend as far as other ways that we can save money on this budget or cut costs.
One item that I noticed, and I don't, and maybe it just could be the way we look at this as staff looks at baseline funding, using that term, of how programs or the dollar amount that programs were funded in 2025. I've noticed that there are some programs that are looking to an increase in both 26 and 27. And considering the times that we're in, I'm wondering if we would hold back on increases and keep the baseline funding from the previous budget. So if you see a program that's increasing their ask or request from their previous funded program, I would think that that is a place where we might want to start with, we don't have the additional funds to increase a current contract for additional funds in the following year 26 and the following year 27, if that's in there.
Yeah, and what I can tell you for the most part, that was when we brought the baseline in March, that was the direction given to departments. Keep it at the same level unless you have a negotiated price increase. You know, it's built in that it's going to be X much in year 2, X much in year 3, and of course, you know, we have to build in utility rate increases. So for the most part, I'm not saying 100% everything. That was the direction given to departments, and when we met with the departments, we went through like every line item. Why is this increasing? Why does this bump up over something else? So, you know, and it's either been because it's part of the contract or supply cost increases, or if it's been a program that's been approved by council addition. So
Right.
not saying there's not areas where maybe it could get scaled back, but that really was a big exercise that we worked diligently with departments to keep it at that baseline, and which is why we called it the baseline Model 1, because it was, and how we got to the $10 million reduction, because we had them scrape out all the expanded services. You know,
What was the SHARE program one of them? Because when I look at the SHARE program, when I looked at the presentation, when we had the, I think it was our first presentation actually, I want to say that it was listed as 225,000. I think that was funded by ARPA, I believe. And then when I looked into 2026, it goes up to 395,000, which is a plus 170,000.
is that the former mayor's apprenticeship? Is that the one you're talking
No,
about?
this is the SHARE program. Isn't this showers, the program that? And it seemed to me like when I looked at it, and see, that's why I'm wondering if that's already been addressed. But to me, when it goes from 225,000 in 2025, it increases by 170,000 in 2026, and then it goes up 10 more thousand to 405,000 in 2027. So is that still the ask for that increase, or is it at the baseline of 225 where it was in 2025?
I am not sure about that program.
And the reason why I ask is we also funded this program in CDBG. Not to that level, but we did approve the application to provide more funding.
Didn't we amend it and just gave it more money by?
For the share shower program?
Yes.
It does not have 225,000. I don't know what page you're on. I was trying to.
Well, on the original presentation that we had, your very first presentation, when you went over the various programs under public safety and community resources, that was listed, and it had it listed as 225,000 funded by ARPA, I believe, in 2025. And there was additional increase in funding for 20.
There was no ARPA specific for the shower program unless it was provided as part of support services for Opportunity Village, but there was no just separate piece for ARPA. And you can see the attachment to the staff report for ARPA allocations.
Correct.
Yeah, so I was just trying to understand if that program, what general fund was being increased or remaining the same. That's the short. that
Okay,
you're
so I'm
at.
looking at the presentation from when Public Safety and Community Resources. The 225,000 was combined for shower services, motel voucher program, resource fair, laundry services, emergency housing, and core team. And then in fiscal year '26, it's going up to 395,000, and it's showers, motel, laundry, emergency housing assistance, safe parking, so that's an addition, and then core team.
So how much did it go up by?
No, there was core in fiscal year '25, but I
Yeah,
think
that's-
core was only partial year.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I was just having trouble understanding
Mhm.
what was being, was it additional services that weren't provided before? Or is it increased cost because you wanted to expand services? I was just trying to understand.
Yeah,
the
they were
chart that-
new.
The chart that
Yeah.
that the finance director was just looking at is the one that I was having a difficult time understanding.
Yeah, it went up because we are funding core all the way and then ongoing. So that was one, and then safe parking, I don't believe, is
Yeah.
also new.
So it's all combined?
Yeah, it's rolled
Okay,
into.
that's clarifies my question, because I wasn't sure if it was broken out, if it was all combined, how it was
Mhm.
and that was off the first presentation that we received when we started the budget
Yeah.
study sessions.
Yes.
We did say that we wanted our own core team in the city, and it was the understanding that, like, we would have to pay for that. As far as the safe parking, program, and Mayor Pro Tem, this was discussed in our, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant Standing Committee. Is that safe parking was initially funded through CDBG, but it could no longer be funded, through CDBG for this round. So Teresa House, I guess there was some conversation, and it was suggested that it go under the wing of the Public Safety and Community Resources, because it could no longer be funded through CDBG, and we discussed that at the last CDBG meeting, because it has zeroed out, and I was worried about that too, but then remembered that it showed up in the Public Safety Community Resources budget.
Mhm.
So that's why it's new to the department, but not new to the city.
Thank you.
All right. Any ideas folks want to throw out? I would like to just mention, in looking at the budget, if you take PD and Animal Services, Finance, Legal, Legislative Admin, non-departmental, Public Works and Community Development, that totals $99.8 million. And just those departments alone leave us with a $4.8 million deficit. Then if we take Recreation and Community Services, $5 million, and Public Safety and Community Resources, $4.5 million, that's another $9.5 million, and pushes us up over 14. So even if we eliminated two whole departments, we still would have a $4.8 million deficit, maybe a little bit less, since we've been looking at other stuff. So, in looking at that, one question that I had is our current general fund vacancies that do not include PD, code enforcement, and department heads. Do we know approximately what that amounts to if we weren't to fill those, if we were to freeze those positions? And obviously, we're not addressing the impacts at this point, but just the money side of it.
Yes, so other than what's already built in to freeze, there's 10 positions that are non-department head, but several of those are already kind of in the works. So that totals $1,978,541. However, one of those is the assistant city attorney to replace the one that just left. So, and interviews have already been scheduled for that. And there's other, that are kind of in process as well. So, but it's 10 positions that are non-public safety, non-department head, and non-code enforcement.
Okay, 1.9 million,
Yes,
correct? And then the assistant city attorney's one of them.
yes.
Do you know how much the assistant city attorney is?
That is approximately $367,000 salary and benefit cost.
Okay. All right. The other question I have is, if we were to, I know some departments have already reduced their budgets or done a lot of trimming on it, and I know that across the board numbers are not, they don't address the impact or the possibility, but a 5% reduction to the departments listed above, except for department, like I noticed PD's already kicked in $4 million into the cost, but if we did all of that, that looks like about $1.9 million, just an across the board 5% reduction in departments.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
are you suggesting that a directive go to all departments to do an overall 5% reduction?
That's an idea that I'm putting out there, correct?
What were the numbers again on that 5% reduction in each
So
department?
the 5% reduction, if it was just across, finance, legal, legislative, admin, non-departmental, public works, ComDev. I left PD out of it because they had 4 point something already thrown into it, but they could always be
If I
included.
may respectfully say for finance, I'm already freezing 2 positions, and then you're adding in 2 positions. Otherwise, all I have is software and audit costs, so I don't have anywhere else to cut my 5%. Just throwing
Okay.
it out there.
Yeah, this is just ideas I'm
Yeah.
putting out there right now, so. So yeah, so that was what 5% would be across $38.6 million. I just added up all the department the total cost of all the departments. $1.9 million. And then just to clarify, so the CIP projects, the $1.8 million in savings for the CIP, that doesn't offset our budget, our 26 budget numbers, that goes back into the reserves, correct?
That is correct, because those are occurring in fiscal year '25. These are fiscal year '25 budgets or money that has been moved over to the capital fund.
Okay, even though those projects hadn't started yet and they would have been moved into this year?
Right, because the money from the general fund was already set aside into the capital fund previously to pay for the projects.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to?
I mean, probably not a
offer up?
popular thing, but the procurement, how much was that?
So to add the 2 positions was $331,000 in fiscal year '26 and $341,000 in fiscal year '27. I think that's initially why on the 20th, council said, let's consider it for fiscal year '27. You know, potentially too, in light of the ordinance changes. I feel that probably needs to get cleaned up before, you know, proceeding with kind of creating a purchasing department.
Can't we just hold off on that and while we do the ordinances?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, why don't we hold off on it until the ordinances get updated?
So had we earlier said that we were going to put it in '26?
Well, the direction from the 20th was to be determined. Let's consider it a later date potentially for fiscal year 27. That was the notes I wrote, so that's why it says TBD fiscal year 26, 27. And then this evening,
It was,
it was to include it in fiscal year 26.
okay, so the question from Councilmember Wilson is, are we willing to consider deferring that until 27?
Yeah, while we get the ordinances up to date. It's
Yeah,
not a whole lot, but.
Are we willing to defer the two buyers until 27? It's $330,000.
But the other way of looking at it, it's like having the grant right. You have to, sometimes you do have to spend money to make money. And I think this is one of those things that we used to have a purchasing officer working in collaboration with the staff, making sure that everything was consistent, legal, and so on and so forth. And their perspective is different, where purchasing is now departmental. And frankly, I think it's a good investment for us, and it offers us the opportunities to do things collaboratively, like working with the Antioch Unified School District. We all buy copy paper and try to get the biggest purchase that we can in order to get the biggest discount that we can. And that's true with vehicles and things of that sort. I know at one time we used to do that, and I don't know whatever happened to it. I think because of decentralization, some of those ideas just fell off.
But I think, these days, many agencies still have decentralization. There's a mixture of both types of scenarios. And one, we haven't had a buyer since 2008, so when I think the job specifications would need to be updated. Additionally, we do not currently have space for two bodies until the build-out happens, and finance could expand into the Human Resources Office, which wouldn't even happen till the end of the year anyway. And I think the ordinance, so I don't even think realistically the positions could be filled in 2026, honestly. So.
Well, that's very unfortunate because clearly, if you want to eliminate them, but I think it's an opportunity.
And I think it's also part of, the operational assessment that the city manager is having undertaken too for all the departments, and seeing what the recommendation comes out of that as well.
Okay.
I mean, I would concur with Councilmember Wilson on this, looking to push out to 2027 when we have a better understanding of the overall. I understand Councilman Freitas' point of view. He has a better understanding of how the operation would change and improve by having two purchasing positions, but considering where we're at and the decisions we have to make this evening going forward, I just think that we should hold off till 2027 as what was previously stated by Councilmember Wilson on this item.
I'll pick my fights. I'm not going to pick that one.
Okay, so we'll push that one to 2027. Yes.
Can we talk about fiscal year to date overtime by fund and department? I know I had a lot of questions around overtime, and it looks like we're the total overtime through 5/31, so current, is about almost 5 million.
Yeah, as of May.
As of May in overtime. And it's showed that, that the prior council approved the 500,000 through June of this year for crime prevention and enforcement. Did we even use any of that money? Did it come back?
So you've used the 211, that's why the A is near that police department crime prevention. So of the 500,000 to date has been $211,402 for overtime. We have not paid any outside agencies yet.
But did the rest come back, or that's just how much we spent on overtime?
We've spent this, so what we don't spend by June 30th would roll back into the general fund reserves.
Is there any way to address overtime? And cut
Yeah,
spending there?
On this point, part of the idea, the reason why we have overtime is because we have not filled positions, but in earlier comments, we're almost completely filled. And so that would provide logic that the overtime should be drastically reduced. I'm just curious, who approves overtime?
Department supervisors.
Su-
But I will say that the police department overtime is projected in the revised, in the fiscal year 26 budget to decrease because they had, if you recall, we did discuss about the police department changed their schedule so that there wasn't mandatory overtime in every, 80-hour work week because they had the overlapping training day. So the overtime budget was reduced approximately $1 million, next year for the police department. I believe that might even be outlined in one of the charts. But to your question, department supervisors approve overtime.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying with $5 million and the fact that your earlier comment, Mr. Mayor, about filling positions and the impact that they have, from my perspective, we should set a goal to reduce the $5 million by at least 40%, maybe 50% in the next fiscal year. And that would definitely be an item that I'd like to see on a monthly basis, the departments that are using overtime. And, I am assuming that all division heads and the city manager, assistant city manager are looking at overtime usage on an ongoing basis. But $5 million, I can understand it somewhat, but the fact that we have deliberately increased, and our budget show that we've increased staffing by millions of dollars, this should be going down. And personally, I think we should target it and then follow it and see where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there will be, overtime will happen, right? As people go out sick, they have emergency, things happen. I'm wondering how to, again, like I asked about it, because how are we tracking overtime? Given that the city manager has said that we are staffing up, have the potential to be fully staffed, will that impact overtime at all? So I was only looking at it as something that we could potentially track to see if it changes. But not saying that people shouldn't have access to overtime, because that will happen depending on the ebbs and flows in each department.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres Walker, for asking for this information. It's good information. I guess I just want to note that the general fund overtime's 3.9, or basically 4 million of the 5 million. I guess I would just have a question of PD. So the overtime's 3.5 million to date, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you've reduced that by $1 million, or your budgeted amount by $1 million for next year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's mostly due to a schedule change. So we were on, due to low staffing, we had mandatory overtime in the patrol division, and as we started hiring, we were able to eliminate that overtime. We also had mandatory overtime for training days. Now all our training days are on straight time.
Okay, so this is just for something apart from trying to make all the schedule work with low staffing. So the staffing's at a level now where you can reduce that.
Correct. That's strictly due to
And the new
scheduling
schedule change did not occur until, it wasn't the full year. It was actually only, about 4 months ago?
Yes.
So there, significant overtime from pre-schedule change included in that number.
Okay. So you're comfortable with your number for overtime for next year, as far as any possibility of reducing that, in your opinion?
Yeah, we'll do the best we can. I mean, there's obviously some overtime that we just can't cut, such as officers, called in to court on their days off. There's some reports or investigations that need to be done, night of, that result in overtime. There's, the critical incidents and so forth. A lot of things we can't control. And a lot of our special events where the citizens are requiring, and the city's requiring officers, those are overtime details a lot of times. So in order to engage with the community, sometimes, you know, we had to have officers on overtime rather than taking an officer off the street. So, yeah, so if you see us reduced by 50%, I mean, we're being asked to kind of, you know, maybe not show up to as many community engagement events, unfortunately. Same with some of the school functions. Sometimes those are overtime details, like the graduation events, those are overtime details. So stuff like that, which we don't want to cut,
Sure.
but those are things that might have to be cut if we cut by 50%.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying, Mr. Mayor, $5 million in overtime is an extraordinary amount, you know, and if, now that we have spent millions of dollars bringing staffing up, I would expect that these would start to decrease. So I would suggest on the monthly report, particularly you report by department, what we have here and attachment G, and as we move forward into the fiscal year, what the status is. I just think $5 million, if there's an area that we can save a couple million, I think this is it.
It might also help us identify trends
Yeah.
in each department to understand at what point in time throughout the year each department uses more or less overtime.
Yeah, I'm assuming the water enterprise funds, sewer funds, you know, those are happening year-round when pipes burst or something of that sort, or the winter months when we have to do drainage cleanouts and things of that sort, I assume. And, you know, we cannot control that. I get it. I understand it. I'm just saying that we need to be, $5 million is 5% of our budget, our overall budget. And, you know, this fiscal year, we have truly gone out of our way to fill all vacant positions. So I think it's just something that we should be watching and be diligent. That's all.
Excuse me, any more PD questions for PD in regards to overtime?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other? Yes.
Director Bunting, I have a question. I'm not picking on you, I just have a question. So, in your budget lines, under the Park Division and Medians Division, I see TerraCare with a contingency plan on 2 different lines, and then I see West Side Landscaping contingency. What, can you?
Sure, there's a contract that they have for the amount of the work that they're scheduled to do. There's a contingency built into all of these contracts because there's always things that come up. So the contract itself is covering the work that we have expected, but during the course of a year, there's other things that come up that these contractors are needing to do. So there's a contingency built in that we take to council to make sure that everybody's aware of it, but it is for those unforeseen things in addition to the contract that need to be done.
So those are like the just in case something goes wrong on that particular
Those,
work. That
yeah,
they're
those are funds that need to be, that the contractor needs to be told by staff that they're able to utilize for specific things.
Okay, and we hold that, but then at one point, you probably go, okay, well, this was completed, we didn't need the contingency, that those funds go, do those funds go back in the general fund if the contingency is not used?
Yeah, so the unspent part of the budget, unless it has been encumbered for something specific, it does roll back into the general fund reserves.
So we have to hold, so it's not like, oh, let's get rid of, we have to hold that because that's part of the contract that we have with both TerraCare and.
It's part of the contract that we have with them. Like I said, the portion of the contract that is the contracted work is there. The contingencies for the additional work that's necessary for whatever type of work, whether it's in a park or a median island, something additional that we need to get done, that there's funds in the contract for that.
Okay, these are the only 3 I see the contingency. There might be other, I mean, are there other areas that you guys do that for as well, or just those, just TerraCare and West Side Landscape?
There's a number of the contracts that do have the contingency. There's a number of multi-year contracts that we have for things that we just need the contractors to do. So in addition to the contract price, there is built in a contingency because there often is additional work that needs to be done. And it's set in there so that work's able to get done. Trees fall, things need to be taken care of, and that there's additional funds for us to pay the contractor for that work.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
And then city manager, does that across, do we see this in other departments, contingency plans on other contracts?
I don't know. We can come back to you. I think
I believe it's mostly with public works
mostly public,
projects.
okay.
I do not recall, not to say that it hasn't been, but I don't recall seeing that in our other types of contracts, mostly just in public works and capital improvement projects is where I've seen that.
Because there's potentially,
savings.
if
and-
all these savings,
Yeah.
if the contingency is not there,
Mhm.
okay.
I think the question is, what percentage of contingency is used on average per year? So that we can really know what we should be holding. So if it's 100,000, but we're only using 30-something, then we should put that down to 50, and that's how we can save some of the general
I think
fund
we-
from being,
Yeah, we
so.
probably should
Yep.
keep an eye on that as
Mhm.
well. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, rumors sometimes happen, and with earlier comments, we're talking about the possibility of having sponsors and things of that sort. I'm assuming, because one of the rumors is, well, gee, is the Antioch Golf Course going to be sold to, is it going to be sold? I'm assuming that the answer is no, but I know we have a park committee.
Yeah, I mean, that has not been discussed.
Okay, I just, before rumors start spreading, I just want to make sure that, the answer is no. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, on the, when we looked at Model 4 and Model 5, the budget stabilization transfer that was placed on those two models was $5 million for the 25-26 year. If we were to consider that, where would that bring us down to in terms of the reductions we're looking at right now?
So the number, yes, so by removing the addition of the two buyers, that brings the quote-unquote new deficit to 12,887,406. So if we brought in 5 million from the budget stabilization fund, that would reduce that to 7,887,406.
Yeah, I'm just bringing that up. It's not something that we want to do, but I don't, I think it's been clear. We voted at the meeting. Unfortunately, I was at the hospital because my father-in-law was in the hospital on that meeting on the 20th or 28th?
Yes, the 20th.
And so when it came to workflow on Model 4 and Model 5, the answer was no. I think there's a consensus that we don't want to go there. So to avoid having to go anywhere close to looking at reduction in hours or anything of that nature under workflow, I think it's necessary for us to strongly consider budget stabilization transfer for that reason. So I'm just bringing it up for discussion. Because as we're sitting right now, if that brings it down to 7 million, then I think from that point, we're getting to the point where we are going to have our city manager and our finance director have to do their magic with the rest. I mean, I think we're getting closer, but there's still, around 7 million that we still have to figure out how to reduce. And that's why at this point, I think we do need to bring in to the conversation the budget stabilization transfer that was listed in Model 4 and 5.
And 7 million, while I'm not trying to say by any means it's a small number, but that's a lot less pressure to get our hands around. And we're hoping, not that it's going to address the whole 7 million, but as we move forward each month, hopefully maybe some revenues will look better. The long-term mitigation measures we're looking at, like with animal services and possibly with community park and or community, the pool, hopefully, we can chunk into a few more $1 million of this, and really get it down to a lower, more manageable number. That'll be the important part of, monitoring our expenses every month. And then, I know the city manager is working full force with on our long-term measures to get those going. It's definitely nothing we want to kick the can down the road. I mean, she's been working full speed ahead to try and, coordinate meetings with other agencies so that it doesn't get pushed, so we can get, decisions.
Yeah, and I'm bringing it up because earlier we asked the question about the transfer and stabilization and also looking at the reserves.
Right, and it can absolutely be a combination.
And how they're separated in two different ways. That's when I brought up about possibly going 2.5 and 2.5 from each of those two accounts to help us with the 20%, wanting to stay above 20% threshold. Again, I don't know if that helps us in any way if we broke it out that way, But to me, when you think about rainy day fund or having to dip into your savings, this is a paramount time that we're faced with. And I would think that this is a time that we really need to look at that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, on page 5, the general fund draft budget indicates a surplus of $2.2 million. And as I mentioned, the difference between a reserve and the rate stabilization is the surplus will fluctuate considerably because of actions and things of that sort. The rate stabilization fund is more of the rainy day savings account. But I think, from my perspective, the budget is balanced, because taking a look at the unassigned fund balance and percentage of revenue. But I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Rocha that $5 million be used out of the rate stabilization fund for fiscal year 26. I would not do it for 27 because I think we need to, 26 is kind of a year in transition. And again, in my earlier comments, we're looking for balance. And, we've already reduced fiscal year 25, 26 by about $24 million, Ms. Merchant.
So 25, 26, we've reduced it. Oh,
For all
you'd have to-
prior cuts and things of that sort.
Right, I don't know if it gets quite to the 24, but I want to find my
Between
table.
20 and $24 million. And tonight, we were confronted with almost $15 million, and with the $5 million, we pretty much have cut it in half. And I think that's the right direction. And I think it's prudent for us, before we take any major, additional cuts, that we use $5 million of the rate stabilization. By doing that, how much remains in the rate stabilization fund?
So there is currently, at June 30th, there will be 39,931,470. So that would bring it down to 34,931,470. And then, just as a reminder for the council, the prior policy of when the budget stabilization fund was established was to use that fund to fund the full actual determined contribution for the other post-employment benefits, otherwise known as OPEB. So there's 1.3, which is an approximate estimate, budgeted in fiscal year 27 and then, or fiscal year 26, and then proposed for 27 to meet that actual determined contribution out of the budget stabilization fund.
And so making the $5 million is about a 12, 13%, adding the two that you just talked about, it's about 15, 16%. So I still think that's prudent. We will have, what did you say, a balance of 36 million?
So we'll have, if after the 5 million, we would have the 34,931.
Okay, I rounded up a little bit.
Yeah.
Around $35 million. And under $105 million annual budget, that's over 30%. Most citizens don't have 30% reserves in their checking and savings account. So I think that's prudent, I think it's balanced, and I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem that $5 million only for fiscal year 26, and we can evaluate that at the mid-year as well as budget preparations in the following year.
We're still working on our budget ideas, correct? I mean, we're not, this is just.
I only brought that up because I brought that up because it was discussed earlier when we are going to discuss that further, and so I thought, considering we do that,
All right. Okay, question for community development. So, their budget's going from 6.4 to $9.3 million next year, almost a $3 million increase. And so I'm just curious why so much.
I can tell you $1 million off the bat is for the general plan update.
Okay.
So
then there's another $2 million that's going up. So I'm just curious. I'm curious why such a large increase.
I'm going to see if I have the staff report from when community development went. See if I have any. Oh, another reason is that economic development
Oh, yeah,
was
sorry.
under the legislative and administrative, and it's moving to community development under that umbrella in fiscal year, starting in fiscal year '26. And so that budget total, I apologize, I didn't remember that right off the bat. It's getting late.
It's like $1 million.
I think it's, is it more than
Yes, so the budget is 1,086,000. So there's $2 million of your increase between, 2.1 million of your increase is the general plan update, and then economic development moving under the budget.
And then maybe getting a department head and filling code enforcement might be the rest of it.
Yes, so, well, it eliminates the economic development director and creates the community development and economic development director. But then it also adds a full-time administrative, because it's currently only staffed with an economic development program manager and then a fellow that we don't pay for. So the budget adds an administrative analyst as a full-time position, and then also the senior economic development program manager.
Okay. All right, next idea. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. So the analysts has any of the search started for like the analysts and all those other positions?
Well,
I'm
no,
just curious.
because the budget has to be approved
Okay.
before, just for example, for this evening, you could have decided to pull the senior economic development program manager out for now and reconsider after director is hired. But, until it's funded in the budget, we can't start the hiring process.
Because maybe the analyst position can wait.
I would be opposed to it. Economic development has suffered in this community for years. It's not the time.
Yeah, I get it, but
Well,
I'm just
yeah,
throwing things out.
There's two things, property tax revenue and sales tax revenue. It's been stagnant or actually, falling. And we need an extraordinary focus on economic development throughout the city of Antioch. So I think it would be foolish for us to cut the positions that we suggest.
All right, next question. So the public safety and community resources is going from 2.2 million this year to 4.6 million next year.
Yes, so part of that, this number includes, the 1.9 million that we had in for home key. So council agreed to reduce that budget to 400,000. So actually that 4.5 is going to be reduced by 1,550,000.
Okay, so it's $3 million
Yes.
instead of
So
4.5.
Yes.
On that point, as we look into the housing successor funding that we have to look to spend within a year, and we have a significant amount of funding available to us, I don't know the regs or the guidelines on that, but I don't know if there's any funds that could be applied to that 1.2, which is for providing resources, services. I know we're looking into trying to partner with the county. So I don't know if when we research to see how we might utilize those funds that are available through Hauser Successor, if there's any way we can look into how that potential price could be brought down from the 1.2. We've already talked about the acquisition cost of 750,000 coming out. I'm just wondering, as we investigate further, if there might be any of the housing successor funds, like even with the question that came up earlier that Tamisha Torres Walker was talking about in regard to the rental assistance. Again, those type of programs that we're looking at coming from the general fund is, and this being another, the home key, if there might be any way to use some of those housing successor funds in that way. I don't know if that's possible or not, but I think it's worth exploring.
It's definitely something to explore, but I will at least caution you that the housing successor funds with the programming for the Grace Arms and the other organization was basically running the balance down to hardly anything left at the end of 2028, because that's not a continued, that's money left over from redevelopment agency that, was dissolved. So the only money we're getting now, which is not very much, is loan repayments for any affordable housing loans that the city has given out. So if we reprogram the Grace Arms and the other, there's not going to be this swath of money. We don't have continuous money coming into the Housing Successor Fund. So yes, we would definitely want to explore all ideas, but
Well,
that money's getting low.
Well, my question is that outside of the previous approved funding, this year, Housing Successor Funds, I believe it's like 600,000 that's available from this year's budget, not from the previous city council approvals.
No, I'm just saying based on what was previously approved and what Ms. House put in the budget to be expended for the two programs, Grace Arms, at the end of 27, 28, we're getting pretty low to not have much Housing Successor Funds left. So if those are reprogrammed to another purpose, that's fine, but that still doesn't leave a whole lot left over for other programs.
So back to the public safety and community resources. So the $3 million that is remaining after taking out the home key, what all is that for?
So as we mentioned, the budget is increasing 170,000 for the safe parking and the, what was the other one? Was on the core team for the expanded service that council authorized to be in there. Otherwise, there's just been vacancy savings, which we anticipate to be filled in fiscal year 26 as well.
So our programs that were started with ARPA, are they intended to be continued?
So the apprenticeship program, which was recently renamed, that is being continued through a grant. At the end of that grant period, I'm not sure when that grant ends, that would be a consideration for council at that time, whether they wanted to continue that if we don't get another grant. But that one, for example, is not included. The Opportunity Village, that program is over. Then, the new program under the Encampment Resolution Funds, that's in a separate fund that's grant funded. Initially we had the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team in the budget fully, and now, with reducing that model, that one from ARPA is being continued in fiscal year 27, just for a little over $1 million.
One thing that I learned today, and I don't know if it impacts the youth services, is it YSC? Is it that's the acronym? What is that grant of funding that has been authorized, I think, for funding, I believe? What is that? What is those funds intended to support? It's YSC, I think, is what it was that I read. Hi there again.
Youth Service Corps from California Volunteers, we just got authorized 1.7 million that will take us through December of 26. That is currently funding, it's not currently funding, it's the YSC, we got 540,000 right now, and it's funding MAP, now renamed SOAR. So we got funding through December of 26 to continue that program.
And that's grant funded, correct?
Yes.
So does that in any way affect or reduce our general funding?
It also pays, the way I wrote it was 25% of the youth service manager and 20% of the coordinator.
Okay, so I was not aware that those two positions would be partially funded with the grant, so that is not accounted for in these general fund numbers, so I can definitely, adjust the budget for savings of that.
Yeah,
So-
well, only reason I bring it up is I just learned of that today, and since we're talking about this particular topic with youth services, I was just wanting to ask the question about YSC and what, is it YSC?
Yes, it's Youth Service Corps. They currently renamed it. It's California Volunteers and then the £,
Yeah.
Youth Service Corps.
Okay, so I think that's worth looking into to see how that could potentially adjust our.
Well, that will, like I said, because part of the grant fund and the apprenticeship program, like I had already mentioned, that's already accounted for, not in the general fund, but I didn't realize that part of the positions were funded with the grant, so that definitely could reduce, some portion of the salaries. What were the percentages again? Monza?
25% for Youth Services Manager and 20% for the coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's really exciting. The county, not the county, the state sent me the letter, but it's going, I thought that we were getting funded less. So I was really surprised. They said they're authorizing, they're going to send the letter.
Awesome.
excited.
Thank you. Another question on the violence intervention and prevention. It showed $2 million in the presentation that was made, and so I was wondering about that number as well.
That initially goes back to the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team, because initially we were including, a whole ARPA money running out, a lot more coming from the general fund, not having the reduced model, so that the ARPA funds pretty much ran out right after this fiscal year, and then that the general fund was kicking in money. So again, that's all been restructured since the presentation.
Okay, so I guess I'm just having a hard time seeing where the $3 million in general fund money is coming from if there's all of these programs that are being paid for through grants and ARPA funds.
Well, there's a
and
lot
all.
still not grants. There's just, homeless services in general, which are, like, the motel vouchers, the shower services, the core. There's the salaries of the positions in there, although the budget does freeze the community engagement coordinator position. So they're, based on the presentation, other than the crisis response team, everything else that was listed in there, is what's included in the budget.
Okay, so I would like to present the idea of taking this department and moving parts of it into other departments. For example, the Angelo Quinto into police department, youth services side of it, into parks and recreation, housing and homelessness. Probably seems like our city manager is the expert in that area. And so I would like to just talk about that idea as a possibility to reduce just the overhead involved and be able to make it as efficient as possible.
I'm not sure, I get where you're going with Angelo Quinto response team. I'm not sure that might not be a good idea, because it was presented as this team that would, although it would work alongside the police department, people were very comfortable with the idea that it wasn't part of the police department.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that may be a little problematic.
Well, I do think we were able to recover some of the money when we turned economic development and put it under community development. Is that what you're
Same
talking about?
same concept, except it's multiple departments. Probably it would fall under, not just one.
I think that we should look at it, and get the input from the city manager and the departments, and come back, and I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, we have to explore all options. I mean, as we're looking, especially the dynamic duo over there have to do their magic after this meeting. I think you should entertain all possibilities, and this would be one of them.
Well, part of that is if we transfer some of these into the various departments, what are the impacts to those departments? I think we need to clearly articulate what those might be.
Sure. I'm waiting for Councilmember Joyce.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, it wouldn't reduce the budgets of those departments. It would inflate the budgets of those departments. It wouldn't save you any money. You would just move people around, which essentially is what happened anyway. There was only, I believe, the freezing of the community engagement specialist, the freezing of the community engagement coordinator, maintaining the director position, and the violence prevention manager position is to be able to get the CalVIP funds and the director to run the department, which means you only created there would only be 2 additional positions that department would have created, with 50% of the public safety manager being funded through CalVIP and the other half through the general fund. So I'm definitely open to looking at it and understanding that it won't reduce spending in the way we think it will.
Okay, so you want me to bring a proposal back with the economic development proposal? Okay.
All right, and then the other item is our water parks, $1.7 million a year plus $5 million in deferred maintenance, plus, probably if we looked at the whole package. So I just want to discuss the idea of leasing that, having somebody else run that, or find ways to try to reduce that 1.7+ million dollar deficit by a $10 million cost to the city. Understanding that it's an important asset.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it is an important asset, and, you know, that came out of the Mello-Roos financing, where 80% of the Mello-Roos went to the school district and 20% went to the residents of the Mello-Roos, which is primarily Southeast Antioch. And so part from my perspective, part of that was to provide, you know, recreation for those who do not have the financial resources, let's say, to go to Disneyland and things of that sort, that there were positive, you know, recreational activities in the community. I understand, and I'm willing to take a look at it, but I'm also very hesitant, you know, to do that, because, you know, I think already we're beginning to finance, our fees are too high, you know, for what you're getting, and, you know, a family of 4 coming, you know, what is it, $60 or something like that, whatever it is, it's getting to be expensive for those who do not have the financial resources. And so I'm not sure if we turned it over, you know, to a private enterprise, how that would help. And so but I am willing, like you said, everything's on the table, I'm willing to take a look at it. And I think in the presentation that Mr. Wright, the interim park and recreation, that was one of the suggestions, and I think we should consider it. But I am hesitant. It is an extraordinary asset of the community, and I'm really, I have mixed feelings about it, but that's just me.
Does anybody else want to take a look at that, or is that an idea that's?
Yeah, I'm willing to take a look at it, but yeah, I do have the same, I see both, I see both sides. I do have the same concern that Councilmember Freitas has, because I don't want it to become unaffordable, and then have people of Antioch go, I can't even afford to go to my own water park. So, I mean, I'm willing to take a look at it, but it's just, yeah, I have to see. Not enough information right now.
So do we have a consensus to take a look at that? Yes? Okay. We have a policy currently where any general fund position salary savings that's not PD, half of it goes back to the reserve, I believe, and the other half is the council's decision on what they want to do to spend it.
Actually, the policy initially was adopted to be that 50% had to go to unfunded liabilities, and that the council had discretion for one-time projects. Council later amended that resolution to remove the 50% to unfunded liabilities and said that full amount could be spent on one-time projects. And, you know, that amount, because of vacancy savings, has been, you know, running 1.4 to 1.5 million each year. So I would at least suggest, my recommendation would be for fiscal year 27 to just have that not even be on the table, that there's savings, it rolls into reserves. You know, the general fund needs it.
So my idea was that half of it could go into reserves, the other half could go back into vehicle replacement or a deferred maintenance project that we weren't able to fund because we were short of money. So, but I'm open to ideas. I think having the council just have the whole thing come back to us.
I think that would be just a good topic of discussion for the fall, when I bring in the closing numbers and we see what that
Okay.
number is. And then council can absolutely make the decision at that time, whether, you know, do you want to reappropriate for another purpose or let it stay in reserves? And that could, you know, definitely be more informed on the budget and how we're going at that time. So, I mean, it's a definite worthwhile discussion, but I think that should happen in the fall after we close the books.
Okay.
I think with the whole purpose, I don't think we should predetermine what the purpose should be, because 3 months from now, something else might be the issue. I would leave the purpose kind of open so we can discuss at the time what's the most important issue going on.
Okay.
Yeah, because, what is our indebtedness for retirement liability and OPEB, roughly?
Over, probably, I don't know, 100 and some odd million.
160,
Yeah, and-
170.
And this is like somebody who has a credit card, they just keep on charging, they pay, the bare minimum, and it continues to grow and grow and grow. It's not a recipe for success. So I think the suggestion, Ms. Merchant, is good. I have no problem with looking at the policy and in fall and taking, maybe moderating it or changing it.
Okay. And then I think the other one was with our budget situation, that all conferences and travel be approved by the city council, that we're gonna be, that, staff and folks will be going on. So,
For
Like-
all staff?
for all staff, yeah. I'm talking about big trips, not going to San Francisco for a conference, but going out of town for something. I just think with our financial situation, we should be aware of when all that's happening, so. All right. That's it on my list of things. If anybody has anything else, we can dive into the questions about the reserve. So the request from staff's been to increase the reserve policy to be 20, or at least for this fiscal year, to be 25% as opposed to 20%? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna keep it at 20%.
We need Measure W direction.
I'm sorry? Yeah,
Measure W, Measure W, 1%
Oh, yeah,
sales tax direction.
before that one, the use of stabilization, I think the request or the idea's been for $5 million of the budget stabilization funds towards this year's 2026 deficit. Do we have consensus to do that? Yes, okay.
Okay.
So we'll do that. And then the breakdown of the Measure W funds, what percentage do we want to see to go to which areas?
I would say leave it at the 60-20-20.
I mean, personally, I would do it 70, 15, 15. That's, part of that is, the continual issue of hiring, the settlement agreements and things of that sort, so. I mean, the money is the same. It's how it's going to be interpreted by staff with regards to budgeting. And so I'm more comfortable with 70, 15, 15, but.
Are you saying to leave the categories the same?
Yeah, there's three categories.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah.
landscape enhancements, just so you know, there was some additional work that was required in those zones. And so, city council wanted to fund that in fiscal year '24 and fiscal year '25. So then the direction would be to, whatever the split, if it's 60-20-20 or if it's 70-15-15, how do you want the quality of life broken down? Do you agree with these? Remove the landscape enhancements? Do you want quality of life to mean something different? Because one, I have to know how to allocate it, and I also have to know how to tell the Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee how it's spent. That's part of, not only for transparency, but so that I can give accurate information to the Sales Tax Committee for them to report to you on the use of funds. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We've almost been in session for 5 hours or so. I think that we should take a look at this, and maybe staff can, help this discussion by giving some input here. And if you want to discuss it next week, fine. But I think for the time being, it is 60-20-20, right? You're talking about a future change, right?
Well, this is only for fiscal year '25, so we need to know in fiscal year '26 how you want it split.
How we want it split up.
Okay.
And so, for example, you have public safety, community resources 1.1, landscape 325, code enforcement 2.5 million. Does the 2.5 million, is that for 6 officers, is that for 10?
This was based
No.
on what the budget is, so it includes some of the savings for the year. But initially, when the budget was adopted, it was, whatever the full budget was at fiscal year '25. It's been revised for any vacancy savings.
And it has youth network services and recreation services at $4 million, so 4, 4, and 11. I mean, I'm in favor of going along with the 70, 15, 15, but we can talk about that, bring it back at next.
We'd have to do it by at our next meeting, right?
Oh, which is tomorrow night.
All right.
I guess- Oh, by the adoption?
Well, the thing is,
Do you
on
know
the-
tonight?
well, yeah, because I cannot bring back a budget document on the 24th to adopt.
I feel more comfortable with 70, 15, 15.
I'm fine with that.
I'm still at the 60, 20, 20, because I don't want to take any money from the youth. I'm stuck there, so.
Again, I will just say, it's not that we're not getting more money to give recreation. We're just saying how it's split. So you're not, unless you literally say, I want to remove $2 million from the recreation budget, you're not removing $2 million in services, if that makes sense. You're just saying this is how the pie is cut.
Yeah, I'm still at 60, 20, 20.
So.
I'll go 70, 15, 15. I mean, it's still general fund. It doesn't seem like it's going to change
Yeah.
allocation of funding to,
It's not, yeah. I mean, it's not, I could go either way. It's not gonna really change. I think the challenge for me is that currently we're saying that because we had institutional challenges with the police department that went unaddressed for years, that in order to meet those qualifications based on all of the crimes that happened to the community, we're now going to reduce the support. Like, there's going to be a reduction in support to community services because we need to meet legal obligations. And so we're going to reduce quality of life and add more to the police. So, like, I'm just trying to set the context here, is like we're reducing the percentage to support quality of life issues that don't fall under policing services to meet legal obligation, to meet like these legal obligations of stipulated agreements that the community had nothing to do with. So it's like, is that why we're doing 70% to the police department to cover these issues?
So I went back and took a look at the overheads that were provided, and then I went to the election department because I was curious what was the vote, and it was approved with 66% of the vote. And yes, we had police, youth, and quality of life were kind of the three. And from my perspective, with the 66% approval, it was primarily sold on police services. And so my feeling is really one, a priority, and that's why, because these are guidelines. The money's the same. The question is the guidelines. And so I just personally feel more comfortable looking at what the vote was, looking at the presentation that is still on our website, by the way. And I just feel more comfortable with the 70, 15, 15. I mean, police services are a quality of life, and from my perspective. And so I think I think establishes, this source of funding. It's for 20 years. I think 2039 is when it ends, March 31st. So it's just a preference, It's a guideline for staff. That's where I'm coming from.
Do we have recommendations from the sales tax committee?
Well, the sales tax committee is not an advisory committee.
They just tell us how the money was spent.
Yes.
But
Their
they do
roles-
also provide their own opinion and context about what they would like to continue.
I mean, yes, sometimes, but their role is strictly to review the receipt of the funds and how city council directed it to be used. So, and that's what's outlined in the resolution establishing. And, in the beginning, when the committee was first established, there was a lot of, this should be done, this should be done. And, the committee at that time, when it was, 10 years ago was, well, that's when you speak as a member of the public, that this is how you believe the funds should be used. It's not the role of the committee.
Either way, for me.
All right, so we have consensus for 70, 15, 15.
Okay, so then though, if I can get clarification on the quality of life, do you want it to be the same as it's split here, but remove the landscape enhancements because those additional, that enhancement's done, but then keep the public safety and code enforcement and then youth network and recreation? Is that? Yeah. Okay.
So, question, the youth network services, is that the one that Montserrat said we just got a grant for through December 26th?
That pays for the apprenticeship program, and then a portion, it'll pay for a portion of the manager and coordinator's salary, but there's still other things that happen in that division. It's not paying for the entire division.
I think the other thing we have to be careful about with this particular department is that this department is funded for these programs. So it was allocated to this particular department. So what grants do we lose, miss out on because they can't go to another department to be funded? So say CalVIP, there's no other department in this city that those funds could go to where you can expense out and work with community partners. I think you could go there. There could be another option, but these best practices aren't often ran through police departments. And when you get the funding, to like say a police department, then it makes it harder to contract with the CBOs. So I think what I would be more interested in is what will we be missing out on as far as grants that have already been allocated to this department and future grants.
Yeah, so I can bring back a menu of options. I think that there are some departments across the United States that have CalVIP under community-oriented policing, or even under the city manager, and sort of like a human services division. So let me just bring that in the proposal, if that's okay.
Well, yeah, but I also want to highlight that you have not been allocated any additional staff.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a lot of concerns about moving housing, homelessness services, or like what would it look like for your department if we moved a lot of this, some of this under the city manager's office? Then what type of staffing or budget will you need as the city manager to be able to administer these programs? So we would actually have to double back to give you the staff that you need, which would also bring cost in your budget back up.
Yeah.
Where we didn't agree to add any additional staff.
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna have the mayor pro tem proxy parent for Miles and have him move in with them, the Roaches. And then I was gonna make sure that Brad and I brought sleeping bags and just changed our address to City Hall. So we're gonna have a little micro fridge upstairs and some stoves and stuff.
I just wanted to make it clear around the grants issue, what we lose or miss out on, current grants, future grants, what do it mean for the grants we have now? And then also, what would the cost increase be in the city manager's department to now have these things under the city manager's department? So again, just put in a pin and it won't reduce costs. It will actually increase costs in some departments, and particularly the city manager's department.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just, those are just examples. I wasn't necessarily telling them where to go, just the idea that it might, I mean, it might go there, might not, might be somewhere else. So, the sky's the limit.
That's right. The whole, I assume the whole purpose was to try to reduce.
Exactly.
Reduce funds. So I think the city manager can take a look at it, come back and let us know.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think is that enough for one night, you guys?
Well, so just to be clear, can I just say that you know, is the thought that council's at this point accepting a consensus with showing a approximate $7 million deficit, adopting and looking at these measures that we've brought up and you've brought up over the next fiscal year to try and tackle that 7 million, that we can bring back, based on what happened this evening, a budget for adoption on the 24th, and anything else as follow-up will occur after that, and adjustments can be done to the budget at a later date, or is council wanting to have another meeting and try and crunch in some last-minute things and do, you know, a budget at the 11th hour on June 30th?
The farmer, for me.
Okay, so you're not expecting the finance director and I to come back with $7 million in fixes?
Well, on this point, because some people in the community are going to say, oh my goodness, you know, the city budget has 7 million. It is a balanced budget, and there is a differentiation. So maybe when you present this in the narrative, we can clearly articulate what the difference is. I think from the very beginning, or in this process, we have cut $24 million in this fiscal year, next fiscal year, and we just now reduced, you know, the $15 million budget to $7+ million. Yes, by using $5 million from the rate stabilization fund. But we know what our responsibility is, and we're going to move forward in a prudent, fiscally responsible manner. And so that's what I think needs to be underscored, because people are going to glom onto that word and start to, you know, persecute the council and staff and so on and so forth. Personally speaking, I think it's extraordinary that we've got to this point. You know, my fiscal conservatism would like to see a zero budget, but the reality is it has been so severe for us that this is an extraordinary step forward. We know that, and we're going to continue working on that as we move forward. I'm comfortable with that.
I would just counter that I would like to see the ideas that we talked about incorporated into this budget and get that 7.5 down to 4 or whatever it might be. When I say 7.5, you have the 5 million stabilization plus the 7, right? It's still a $12 million deficit,
Yeah,
correct?
I mean, that is the goal, but the point is, like, we don't have, you know, unless we're here 24 hours a day, we don't have any way to do that $7 million by June 30th. The point is, we know there's 7 million, and we're going to continue working on that monthly to notch down that 7 million, and hopefully with the goal, as, you know, hearing from council, that we want to get as much of that down to 0 for fiscal year 27 before we adopt that. You know, we don't want to be looking at another 5 million from the budget stabilization if, you know, we don't have to.
And I think the council has given staff a lot of direction to come back and provide information. And, you know, so, I mean, I assume you could even be asking us and having items on the agenda for the 24th, you know, for inclusion. I mean, and so I don't, we're not kicking the can down the road. We know it's there. We know we need to address it. And I think, you know, a lot of the suggestions that the mayor has made, it needs to come back, and we need to evaluate and have a discussion. I mean, my preference, of course, would be 0, you know, but, you know, let's be realistic. We can't get there.
Yeah, and to the extent possible, because this takes so much effort and bandwidth on the part of the executive leadership team, the normal operations are also now in a functional deficit. And so please temper your request to the director team and the staff team, because we're unable to produce work product outside of the emergent response of the budget crisis.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, are we meeting on July 8th or the council?
That's tomorrow night. That's
Oh,
tomorrow
that's
night's
not,
agenda.
okay.
Yeah.
I've only been focused on this one, okay.
So City Manager Scott, I just wanted to clarify the reason that I was hoping we could have it done, and I know it may not be possible, sounds like it isn't, by the 24th, is so that we don't continue this budget process all throughout, you know, the next 4 or 5 months, because I know it's super onerous and it brings the goal was kind of like come to a finish point and then work towards it, but we can do it however it works.
Well, and the budget process moves from expenditures to revenue generation now. So it's happening in the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months. It's a full-time job to mitigate. So at this point, please, your expectations for staff to basically have customer service delivery and keep the lights on. We need that to be like, that's about it at this point. So I want to be really clear and to make sure that you hear us and that you see us.
Yes.
Thank you for saying all of that. I know it's been a large lift, and, you know, we do need to see people as people. We have already had somebody in our city clerk's office pass out and had to be taken out of City Hall by ambulance because of the stress from the work and not having the support that, you know, that they need to move the work forward. And so when you have staff working so hard that they have to be taken out of here by ambulance because they need support, I just want to raise up, you know, that, you know, Christina could have retired. She stayed because she loved the city of Antioch, and she was worked into exhaustion and had to be taken out of here by ambulance. So if we can be more conscious of what we're requesting in this time, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Just for a humanity type of issue.
Yeah, and we want to thank the people who have come to our aid as well.
To support after that, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments or questions tonight? Thank you very much for everything. I know it's been a lot, so could I get a motion to adjourn our meeting? Have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Kitty's going to call roll.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Torres Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Freitas? Mayor Pro Tem Rocha?
Yes.
Mayor Burnell?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adjourn at
Meeting adjourned.
10:22 p.m.